everybody, this is Grimmy, and this is an audiobook of my ongoing series, My Father's Warmth, which is a My Hero Academia Todoroki AU. Don't expect any good voice acting from this, I'm not a voice actor, so when you're listening to this audiobook, think of more like your mum telling you a bedtime story. I will not be attempting to replicate people's voices, don't expect that from me, please. Please. Below average expectations from me, please. My Father's Warmth is a Happy Todoroki AU fanfiction where it's a retelling of the Todoroki family story if NG Todoroki was never traumatized and got the guidance and support he needed growing up.
Unless stated otherwise, everything that happens in the canon happens beat for beat in this story. I'm not going into detail about every single little crook and cranny of the story, I will simply cease to exist. Chapter 71, Glaring. Natsuo was out on patrol on his own with his goggles atop his head and hood down, glad to have some time alone after sticking with Springer the last few days. He'd grown familiar to the city he was currently staying in, so felt he'd be able to get around without getting lost. There's no need to patrol right now, it's the quietest time of day, Springer had said, but Natsuo had offered to go anyway. If Endeavor had been here to hear that, he would have made Springer go patrolling with him to make a point. Natsuo may not have gone on patrol with his father like Toya had done a million times, but he knew what the man was like, and knew that there were always sidekicks patrolling even if it was considered unnecessary. It's often in those low activity moments, when everybody has their guards down, that things tend to jump out and throw us off. Just because it was the quietest time of day didn't mean there should be no heroes patrolling around. Always be vigilant, always keep your senses aware for any abnormalities. The sound of a building cracking and two girls squealing out in fear was a good example. Frostbite summoned his ice and dashed round the corner. Assessed the scene. "Why won't you tell me?" A deep, rumbling, offended voice asked. A huge, cloaked figure, easily taller than All Might, loomed over two middle school girls, a hand on the building behind them that was now adorned with cracks. Rubble rained down on the girls who held onto each other, clearly terrified. People were standing all around. One black-haired middle schooler had dropped his bag and looked frozen. They were all staring, not doing anything to help, except for a pink-skinned girl who was rapidly running towards the three, also in a middle school outfit. No child should have to be the one to defuse such a situation. Good thing there was a hero patrolling. Frostbite got in between the girls and the towering man first. He had skin like jagged rocks and rows of sharp white teeth, reminding Frostbite of sharks. So freaking cool. "Hey, big guy, what's the issue?" Frostbite asked with a bright grin cheerfully. His pose was relaxed with a hand on his hip, yet tall enough to completely block the girls from the tall man's view. For a moment, the man stilled, staring down at the shorter hero with haunting white eyes. "Anything I can help with?" "Springer Hero Agency," the man said after a minute. "Where is it?" "Oh, I'm actually doing work experience with Springer. I just came from there," Frostbite replied while pointing to the direction he came from. Again, the man seemed unsure what to do with that. Frostbite only now realized he had a radio hanging around his neck, adding to the sounds of the town. "What's your name?" he tried instead, hoping to get the guy talking about something he knew for sure. "Gigantomachia." "Oh, he's so cool." "Wow, awesome!" Frostbite smiled, a hand behind his back motioning the girls to get going while he kept Gigantomachia distracted. Said girls scrambled towards their pink-skinned friend while in tears. "I'm the ice hero Frostbite. You seem strong." I guess I am. I'm still working at it though." Natsuo laughs, a little surprised at Gigantomachia's response. "I'm not a full-fledged pro hero yet. I've still got to graduate from school." He got no response from that. Yikes. Okay. His father was better at small talk than this, and that was saying something. "Do you want me to bring you to the Springer Agency?" The air became tense. The hand looming overhead, still pressed against the cracked building, seemed to bulge and shake for a second. Then it retrieved. "No, thank you. I will go home." The cloaked man spoke slowly, carefully, as he moved his body with a heavy step to the opposite direction Frostbite had pointed him to. He seemed unwell, burdened by something. Natsuo worried. "Oh, okay," came his deflated response, but smiled once he got a quick idea. From one of his belt pouches, he pulled a small card out and offered it with 2 hands to Gigantomachia, gaining the huge man's attention again. "Take my business card." "Why?" The question came out low, sounding more confused than suspicious. "If you ever need help, you can just contact me," Natsuo chimes, looking at him with a bright smile and kind eyes. His face is genuine, his body is strong, and Gigantomachia surprises even himself as he accepts the business card. "Take care, Gigantomachia." The giant of a man leaves, saying nothing. Nobody dares to move until he's well out of sight, like birds and crickets stilling when a predator is nearby, only returning to normal when it has slipped past without noticing them. Frostbite looks around as people sigh and mutter in relief, catching the sight of the 2 terrified middle schoolers and the pink girl. "Hey, are you okay?" he asked, hurrying to them with a sweet smile. "Not hurt or anything?" "No, we're fine, thank you," one of the girls said with tears in her eyes. "That was so scary! If you hadn't come, I'm sure you would have killed us," the other cried. Well, Natsuo hadn't found Gigantomachia scary. Not everybody had grown up around the likes of Endeavor or idolizing Gangorka, where appearances and rough mannerisms didn't indicate a cruel person, and just smiled reassuringly. His eyes looked at the pink girl, noticing her black eyes and horns. Despite the brave face she was putting on, he could see a quiver in her lower lip. "You are running onto the scene to help them. That's pretty brave of you," he smiled. "But I bet you were scared too." Just as he said that, the pink girl burst into tears, louder than either of the 2 others. Natsuo stared at the 3 sobbing girls, a little unsure what to do. "What were you planning on doing?" he asked with a nervous laugh. "Lie and direct them to the police." The pink girl sobbed through fat tears, almost falling to the ground of how her 2 friends were clinging onto her. "Thank you, Frostbite." Frostbite stayed with the girls a little longer until they weren't shaking messes anymore and took their names to report about this later. Once they were sent on their way, Frostbite once again looked around, hoping a certain someone hadn't left yet. Clocking in on the black-haired boy a little further down, he used his eyes to catch up to the depressed-looking middle schooler. "Hey, you doing okay?" he asked, making the boy jump. He noticed the scar on his eyebrow and his red eyes immediately. "You seem pretty shaken up. Are those girls your classmates?" "We're in the same year," the boy nodded, holding onto his bag tightly with shaking arms. As he spoke, Frostbite saw his sharp teeth and couldn't help but think the kid looked cool. I didn't do anything. I was so scared and froze." "That's okay." Kirishima's head snapped up, eyes wide at the young hero. His smile was kind and his eyes gentle. That's not the answer he was expecting. Maybe some laughter, a throwaway comment about him just being a kid, or that it's normal. Kirishima knows who Frostbite is. It's hard not to when he wanted to become a hero himself. "But," he stammered, confusion on his face almost comical. "But you dealt with that big monster in Naruhata. Heroes aren't afraid, and I was." His voice lost power towards the end, trailing off in shame. "Not very manly." Frostbite said nothing, and Kirishima expected to be scorned for his outburst or cowardice. Instead, the white and red-haired young man leaned down a little and made a motion for Kirishima to come closer. "I'll let you in on a little secret," he spoke in a whisper once Kirishima was within earshot. "When that huge kaiju appeared, I completely and utterly froze." Kirishima stared with disbelieving eyes. That's not what the news had reported on. Frostbite had rushed into the middle of the chaos and saved the crawler. "It's true. I was petrified. I mean, come on, it was a giant kaiju made of pure energy. How can you not be?" "But you..." Kirishima stammered again, then stopped, looking to the floor. "Oh. You wanted to help, didn't you?" Frostbite's hand is on his shoulder, making him look again. The smile is kind and reassuring, not condescending. "That's really cool. Lots of people don't want to help, they just want to stay out of trouble. You seem like the type of guy to be caught up right in the middle of it if it means helping a friend. He was joking, but also he kind of meant it, and his laugh made Kirishima chuckle a bit. What's your name? Eijiro Kirishima. Well, Kirishima, don't beat yourself up on freezing. Heroes freeze all the time. We're still human, after all. His manly dad would certainly have something to say to this kid about the topic. And you're just a kid. You'll have plenty of time to learn how to react in certain situations as you live life. Although, Frostbite's expression turned exasperated. Life sometimes throws giant kaiju at you, which, admittedly, is a bit hard to know what to do in that situation. Kirishima couldn't help it. He laughed. He didn't feel totally reassured. The news report about the middle schooler his age running into a situation to save his friend being attacked by a sludge villain bounced around in his head as he walked home. But Frostbite, Endeavor's son, had personally reassured and even encouraged him. He couldn't know that Kirishima wanted to become a pro-hero, but in that moment it felt like a go for it. Kirishima wanted to praise Ashido on her bravery. With the cracked building and the terrorized students, Natsuo reported back about the situation to Springer with photos. Written reports were going to be made, one sent to the police to keep an eye out for this strange giant man, and another to the reconstruction crew to fix the cracks on the building. I wonder what it was he wanted with you, Natsuo hummed to Springer, who just shrugged. A quirk. That's what All for One had wanted, but he was content going without it when Gigantomachia returned from his outing, meeting him in the depths of the forest. If the little ice hero was in the mix, best keep away from that agency as a whole for now, otherwise it might raise suspicions if Springer suddenly went missing. Frostbite seems strong, Gigantomachia muttered. All for One huffed. He's but a watered-down version of his father. He's of no interest to us. He waved his loyal former bodyguard off, Kurogiri's portal swirling behind him. Frostbite's card was being twirled in between his fingers, feeling over the professional blue lettering. A phone number, an email, an address for his agency, one that All for One recognized as being close to Endeavor's. Amusing. Although, we can use him to get to Toya, he said, throwing the card to the ground in disinterest. Machia listens to everything Master says. He picked up the card. It's minuscule in his giant claws. How will you do that? He asks his master, who merely smiles. The right quirk, the right moment, and the right person. Or rather, people. Natsuo smiled as he laid on his bed, eyes closed with his phone beside him as he heard his friends ramble on about how their week went. Saichi was talking a lot. He sounded really happy. Dad and I stopped a hit and run together. We used the same moves and everything, he rambled, their friends praising him for his continued bettering of his quirk. Natsuo was sure Toya would be happy to hear Saichi speak like this. Ibara, how did your fashion event go? It went perfectly. Takara is a phenomenal stylist, and working with Uebami is an absolute dream. Her voice was joyful and peppy. I got so many hits on social media for it, and we even apprehended a villain at the shopping center today. Called her with my webs I did. She sounded very proud of herself. Mogura was doing well back in her home village too. The locals were kinder to her, and she helped out at her grandparents' farm on the weekends, going back to her natural environment of dirt, mud, and digging. It's the same as a mud bath, she tried to justify to Ibara and Yawara. I'll take your word for it. The softly spoken reply of the latter made everyone laugh. Yawara was incredibly happy working as a psychic for Toy Toy, and Ayahiko had a blast at a food festival that happened close to Mogura's home village this week. They even had a chance to meet up and work together a bit. Actually, my village has a mini festival too. It's really just a glamorized market festivity, the mole girl said with enthusiasm. If you could perform at the event, I'm sure it would really hype up the atmosphere. Ayahiko was more than happy to oblige. Natsuo drifted off to sleep, lulled by his friends' excited chatter about their futures, interests, and personal growths. It made him happy. Chapter 72. Pyromania. Right time, right place, right people. Plans had been made that Sunday to meet up with his friends at the arcade like they'd always had, and Natsuo was looking forward to seeing them again. This was the first time in a while that the group was meeting up out of school just to have fun. Although the fun would have to wait a bit because there was a police car in front of the arcade, with policemen talking to his friends. Upon closer inspection, Natsuo saw they were all covered in a thin sheen of pink glittery powder. Saichi sneezed. "Oh, hey Natsuo," Aihiko waved, also sneezing. "What's up?" "I should be asking that. What happened?" Natsuo asked, eyebrows raised at his powder-covered friends. In the police car, he could see a delirious woman covered in the same substance herself. Villain attack? "No, an unwell citizen." Meguro shook her head, scratching the glitter out of her fur with her claws. "She entered the arcade muttering things. We went to check on her, and, well, she glitter-bombed us," Saichi said flatly with a ferociously annoyed look, an eye twitch adding to the disgruntled expression. Natsuo couldn't help but snicker at the sight. "Thankfully, it shakes off easily enough, even dissolves when it hits the ground." To prove this, Saichi rubbed off the glitter from his arm, and sure enough, it disintegrated into nothing. Convenient. "Huh. Well, are you guys still up for the arcade?" Natsuo asked with a smile, his friends grinning at him in their various individual ways. If his friends felt a bit shaken after such a random quirk accident, he didn't want to force them to hang out, but the future pro-heroes looked unbothered. "Let's go," Yawara chimed, heading back into the building. "I want to get some new rainbow pony figurines from the gachapon." Natsuo raised a confused eyebrow. "You're collecting those too now?" he asked jokingly. Collecting brightly coloured figurines were always Aihiko's thing. Yawara just liked some of the cute pastel designs. "What do you mean? I've been collecting them for ages." That thoroughly confused Natsuo. Since when? She'd never shown interest before, unless she had, and Natsuo had simply forgotten. Had he? "Come on, Frosty, that ribbon game has our name on it." Aihiko waved to his taller friend over to the machine. This distracted Natsuo enough to make him grin at his colourful classmate. "You're on." He was sure he'd obliterate Aihiko, the latter had never challenged him to this game before. Natsuo's high score was second only to Mogura's. That's why he was so shocked and sweaty when Aihiko won by a large bracket. The shorter student hadn't even broken a sweat and looked smug. "Wow, you've been practicing with Mogura or something?" Natsuo panted, wiping his brow. Aihiko shot him a confused look. "I've beaten you plenty of times." Natsuo stilled and in turn looked down at his friend, confused. No, he definitely never had. Natsuo knew that for sure. A flash from a camera made him jump, and he raised his eyebrows at Mogura holding Ibara's phone. "Ice Hero Frostbite beaten once again by his lowly classmates," she joked, hand on her hip in an extravagant way. It was uncanny and made Natsuo's hair stand on end. "Why do you have Ibara's phone?" he asked suspiciously. Ibara would sacrifice a hero career for that thing. Letting anyone else hold her passageway to the internet and thousands of fans was completely unheard of. "It's my phone," Mogura shot back, almost offended, claws holding the object protectively. It looked ridiculously tiny in her paws. And awkward. Nothing like her specially designed mobile that took into account for said claws. Natsuo was flabbergasted, and hurriedly looked around at his other friends, trying to get back up here for this obvious lie. Aihiko had a raised eyebrow. Not at Mogura, though. At him, as if Natsuo was the one being delirious here. He looked to Ibara, who was leaning on the rhythm game machine with a neutral expression, completely unlike her usual vibrant, bombastic self. Off in the distance, he could hear Saichi squealing out a "so cute" at some fluffy gachapon figurine. "What's wrong with you?" Ibara asked flatly, scowling at Natsuo. The way she said it, snarky and rough, it sounded like how Saichi normally spoke. "What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you?" Natsuo snapped back, scowling. "Is this a trick? Are you guys playing a prank on me?" "What are you on about?" Ibara's way of speaking, spoken by Mogura, made Natsuo bristle, and he looked at all of his friends in confusion, even trying to catch Yawara and Saichi's forms on the other corner of the arcade. Something was very wrong. What happened to his friends? His heart was beating in his chest, concern leading into panic as he caught a shine of pink powder still in Aihiko's hair. "I think that quirk accident was more than just a glitter bomb," he breathed out, looking warily at his friends. "Whatever it was, it's done something to you." "Yeah, it gave us a fabulous makeover," Mugura laughed, her little mole ears wriggling. "Honestly, I should try and find eyeshadow of the same color." "You don't like makeup!" Natsuo's raised voice caught all his friends' attention, even some of the other patrons. "It mixes badly with your fur. You feel like your skin can't breathe, and it's not practical for when you help out at your grandparents' farm. That's what you've always said." "My grandparents' farm, Natsuo. Mogura's family are tennis players," Aihiko said gently, wanting to defuse the situation. "Natsuo, relax. You're getting confused." Natsuo's breathing was picking up. This was all wrong. That accident had done something to his friends, and they thought he was the crazy one. He needed to call his dad. As soon as he heard Natsuo's panicked retelling of his friend's strange behavior, Endeavor got involved in the glitter bomb case. Specifically, he called up Detective Takauchi, and the latter agreed to have Vernon and Toya come into question the still slightly confused woman they'd apprehended. If it really had something to do with her quirk, then Toya would be the one able to figure out a solution. In the meanwhile, despite it being Sunday, UA was also called up about their third-year student's misadventure, and thus they were all called back to campus to be checked over by Recovery Girl, who sounded very concerned when told to come in for an emergency. Much to his friend group's annoyance, as they all scowled at Natsuo as they made their way back to the school. Ibara snarled a comment about a waste of time, and "I want to visit Mum" at the hospital. Natsuo was sure Saichi's mother Amaya would be less than thrilled at her son's friend turning up into her hospital room, declaring to be her child. Natsuo fretted about what that would do to the woman's heart and wanted to avoid the worst. "If it reassures Natsuo for us to all get checked out, then it's fine," Saichi said with a meek smile, a bit flustered at the bitter atmosphere in the friend group. It made Natsuo nauseous to see such a Yawara expression on the blonde boy's face. He hoped Toya would get an answer soon from the glitter bomb woman. I don't remember what happened. Sorry," she muttered, fiddling with her sleeves as Toya sat across from her in the police station. Quirk restraining shackles were on her wrists, and she was fiddling around them nervously. "This entire morning is just gone." "And this hasn't happened before?" Toya asked, looking at the police reports. She didn't resist arrest, simply confused, disorientated, and mumbling nonsense. At the shake of her head, the white-haired, soon-to-be doctor hummed. "What's your quirk exactly?" "Glitter bomb." The woman's face reddened in shame. She muttered something. "Sorry, I didn't get that." Toya smiled apologetically, leaning forward a little bit more. "Can you say that again?" 2CB. The woman muttered louder, rubbing her hands, ashamed. 2CB, Toya said a little louder, an eyebrow raised in confusion at the word. It didn't sound like anything he was familiar with, nor did it sound pink or glittery. "It's a drug," Detective Takauchi clarified from where he stood at the corner of the room. "Also known as pink cocaine. Although, unlike regular cocaine, it's synthetic and targets both dopamine and serotonin receptors. It can induce psychedelic effects and hallucinations." "You got a secret life we don't know about, Detective?" Budin teased, her green furry hair whipping like it was laughing at her joke. Takauchi sent her an exasperated smile and his cheeks burnt a little. "Your quirk is a drug?" Toya tried to suppress his amused smile at Burnin's teasing to focus on the woman before him, who nodded. She looked so ashamed, shoulders hunched and hands fiddling. Her fingers twitched, and Toya saw they were dry and cracked, with dirt under her 2 long nails. Eyes drifting up from her hands to her face, he saw her nose was particularly red and dry, residue of dried-up snot running down to her cracked lips. She was rocking back and forth slightly, her skinny, underweight frame more obvious with every tremble and shake. Her pupils were dilated. Emotion caught Toya's throat, and he felt those typical tears well up. It was stronger than himself, and he reached out to the woman to gently lay a hand over her trembling, rough fingers. She jumped, and looked at him with wariness, her pink eyes scared. "My quirk hurts me too," he whispers gently. The woman's trembling stops, and she stares. She bursts into tears, her body slouching forward as she grabs Toya's hand like it was her lifeline. Violent sobs shook her fragile body, her tears coming down her face like a flood, her nose running again, tinged with pink. Toya's other hand lurched forward and just held her hands. The sobbing didn't let up, the woman desperately trying to catch her breath but being physically unable to. I try so hard to not hurt others. I really try. The words were slurred and stuttered, her voice shaking throughout, her chest rising and falling in the effort to breathe. But it builds up. Toya's hands squeezed her gently. I know, he breathed out and leaned down a little to try and get her to look up. And I'm going to help you. But to do that, I need to know how I can help those kids. The woman lifted her head, her face a mess, yet her eyes the most present and alive they had been ever since she'd been brought into the police station, like her face was being radiated by a flicker of flame in the pitch-black darkness of a never-ending void. Toya smiled. Can you help me help them? It was like a nightmare. His friends were all acting like each other, like their personalities had swapped, their memories marred and mixed up. Even when their parents turned up to check on them, none of the biological children greeted or connected with their biological parents. Instead, russet-skinned Ibara thought sandy-haired Sajin Higawara was her father, much to the shock and panic of her Haitian father, who instead had Mogura addressing him like she was his daughter. Mogura's grandparents couldn't make the journey to the city, but they did call and were confused to have Aihiko speak to them with their granddaughter's dialect. All the parents were distraught, and while patient and understanding that the Endeavour Agency was looking to find a solution, it was obvious they were all anxious to have their children back to normal. More so than anyone, Natsu was biting his nails. This was unlike anything he dealt with before. Not for the first time or last time that phrase would be floating around his brain, but the fact that his friends were all affected made him restless. At least he wasn't alone in realizing a quirk had affected his friends, so submit Natsu to a mental institute could be scratched off the list of solutions. Finally, Toya arrived, accompanied by Vernon. He looked like he'd been crying, and Vernon was close by his side, a hand on his back. I'm sorry, I don't have a solution yet, he said with a heavy sigh. All the parents bristled, but Vernon's hair flickering and raised hand to wait made them all stay silent for Toya to finish. The last people to be affected by this quirk were the user's parents. The mental and emotional strain led them to depressive psychosis and... his jaw twitched. They're no longer with us. Silence stretched through the room. Saichi blinked and looked at Yuara, who shrugged. Mogura raised an eyebrow while Aihiko sat politely on his appointed seat. Ibara was the one to stand up angrily. You're all ridiculous! She snapped and pointed an accusatory finger. And delusional! We've always been this way. The glitter bomb quirk was just that, a glitter bomb. Ibara, calm down, her father tried to say, reaching out to his daughter, but she slapped his hand away. Don't touch me! You're not my father! She yelled, stepping away from him and closer to the sand hero, Sajin, looking just as distraught as Ibara's father must feel. His expression became reserved, and he stepped away from the girl he'd once held as a newborn. Is that it? There's nothing we can do to help them? Yarawa's mother asked with a tearful expression. Saichi believed himself to be her child, even speaking like a baby girl, but he was too tall, too broad, to be her darling, sweet daughter. Not to mention a boy. They're just doomed to die? No, Toya said firmly, fiery determination in his eyes. I have an idea. It's experimental, but I don't believe this quirk is a one-to-one with the drug it's named after. From the way the woman had sobbed as she explained her origins, the name, 2CB, had been imposed onto her from childhood, spoken more like a curse and punishment for the death of her parents. She'd been 3 when it happened. Her grandparents had thrown her out into the streets as soon as she turned 18, and they had no more legal obligation to her. For the last 2 decades, she'd been homeless, wandering from city to city. I want to observe them. Let them go about their lives as they think is normal. What was normal to Yuara, Ibara, Mogura, Saichi, and Aihiko were a literal nightmare for their family and friends. With heavy hearts and very little hope, each family took the child who believed they were theirs home. Except for Aihiko, because Mogura lives alone in that city flat away from her grandparents' farm. Toya couldn't do anything about their broken hearts and disheartened spirits, but he could focus on a solution. Sleep was a luxury for anyone involved. Sunday went and Monday morning came, meaning a school day. Being third years, yes, their academics were still important, but work experience was the priority. Toya had worked all throughout the night to think of a battle plan, and in the morning, with dark circles, messy hair, and Harusame's head poking out of his hoodie, he slapped a plan onto the breakfast table, glaring determined daggers at his father and grandfather, the latter almost spilling his coffee. On duty were Burnin, Onima, Kido, Endeavor, and Frostbite. All would travel with one of the altered students and report back to Toya, who was going to be spending the day with the woman and getting her the help she needed with Dr. Tozura. Burnin went with Ibara to work with Snatch and the police. Onima and Frostbite went with Aihiko and Yawara to Mogura's home village, where Aihiko was supposed to perform at the market festival, but since he believed he was living Mogura's life, office desk-loving Yawara would be performing instead. Kido would accompany Mogura to Uobami's agency, where Ibara was supposed to help Takara make jewelry for the next merch launch, and Endeavor would supervise Saichi at Toito's agency while he did boring office work. From the get-go, everything went terribly. Yawara froze on stage. She couldn't activate her popping candy quirk to entertain the locals in Mogura's village on top of the existing stage fright that zapped her entire body like a vicious hornet sting. She burst into tears in Frostbite's arms, not understanding why she didn't love performing in front of a live audience. Wasn't this what she had dedicated her hero career to? Aihiko struggled to help at the farm. He can't dig with his bare hands, and he's not strong enough to help with the heavy boxes and do the chores. Frustration bit at his soul. Since when was he unable to help out at the farm? He'd done this since he was a baby, hadn't he? Ibara couldn't keep up with Burnin nor Snatch, and her quirk is different to his. Her thorn whip made for long-range slashing attacks, not the tank-like hits the Sand Hero could do, even though she was convinced she had the same quirk as him. She hated the sweat, the constant moving, the way her hair became unkempt and messy. This is what she had worked so hard to do, so why did she hate every moment of it? Didn't she love her father? Why did he look at her with such misery? Mogura's large claws kept breaking the dainty, fragile jewelry, or ripped the elegant and expensive ribbons. Shame crawled up her back and neck and made her fur stand on end. Her whole life she was fascinated by fashion and jewelry and the luxuries of the modeling world, but now she couldn't even touch something without it cracking or shattering under her muscular hold. The pitiful smile from Takara as she encouraged her to not be so hard on herself didn't help. She felt like a huge, gross monster in a glass castle. Endeavor watched with concern as the soul drained out of Saichi's eyes as he sat at Yawara's desk and did paperwork, his face becoming more lifeless by the minute. I wanted this, he muttered to himself. This is what I chose for myself. Endeavor watched as his hands trembled against the keyboard, typing away endless reports that had Yawara's name on them, yet Saichi only saw his name. Isn't it? Toya was tearing at his brain throughout the day, the reports ripping away at his heart as they rolled in every hour, Natsuo's friends becoming more and more upset, disheartened, and lifeless as the day crawled by. He needed to find a solution soon. He didn't know how much time they had before they spiraled and started to hurt themselves with the delusion of who they believed they were supposed to be. One silver lining, though, Dr. Tozura was having some success with Sakura. That was a woman's name, Sakura, a first step. With rich pink hair that matched her previously dulled out, now hopeful irises, in just a day they'd gotten her as cleaned up as they could. Sakura was terrified of removing her quirk restraining cuffs, not wanting to hurt anyone by accident again, something Toy agreed she should keep on until he found some sort of solution to help her. With her quirk suppressed, it was like an adrenaline shot had been induced to an aggressive allergic reaction. She could think clearly, and while underweight, mentally destroyed and afraid of the world, Sakura was accepting every helping hand. For the first time since she'd been kicked out onto the streets by her family, the 39-year-old woman had a full night's sleep. Riddled with nightmares, but she had a bed and was safe. She woke up hungry, and to not overwhelm her starved form, she got a bowl of oatmeal with chia seeds. All of it was eaten, and just from that, a glow had returned to her cheeks. Sakura wanted to get better, and she wanted to be helped as much as to help. That was the one thing keeping Toya from feeling completely disheartened. If she was unwilling to give up after having fought on her own for as long as she had, it'd be a cold day in hell before Toya gave up on finding a solution. All he needed was one little thing, that one little detail that would spark the vast knowledge in his brain and connect the dots only in the way he knew how to. But while he may be striving to keep fighting, Natsuo felt himself tear at the seams watching Yawara miserably try to activate a quirk she didn't have, her long eyelashes heavy with tears that weighed onto his heart like a sinking rock. The atmosphere after her failed performance was foul, the crowd displeased by the lack of Aihiko, and the mutterings of "can't trust a heteromorph's word" and general criticisms of Mogura floated around the marketplace. Natsuo wanted nothing more than to confront and fight them himself for the meanness being uttered, but he knew that if Mogura was in her right mind, she'd just smile and shrug, let the unkindness roll off her back like dirt rolled off her soft short fur. All he could do was comfort Yawara. "What's wrong with me? I don't understand," she sobbed, tears dripping down her lashes as she hugged her knees. She had flexed her hands and arms so aggressively trying to activate popping candy, but her muscles cramped and now hurt. "I'm the candy hero Pop Rocks, aren't I? That's who I am." "No, you're the cute hero, Softy," Natsuo repeated for the 1000th time today, but it just went in one ear and out the other. He might as well not have spoken. Yawara just shook her head and cried harder, hiding her face into her knees as she sat on the floor of the marketplace. Lost at what to do, he rubbed her back soothingly, watching the sour atmosphere of the market fester into something worse. The locals shooting dirty looks at each other. Quirk accidents happen often, especially with little kids that haven't learned to control their quirks yet, but something like this, with no remedy or cure, that could potentially end with his friends losing their mind and starting to hurt themselves, that genuinely terrified Natsuo. Everything was miserable. "Yawara, there you are!" An unknown voice piped up from the crowd, sounding calm yet friendly. Natsuo looked up and instantly clocked that, even with the skull-like appearance, this teenager with beige features, probably Shoto's age, was Yawara's relative of some sort. Natsuo worried if she'd even recognize him if her memories and sense of self were completely warped. "Uncle called and said you got into a quirk accident, so I came to check up on you. They said I'd find you here. You hurt?" Yawara lifted her head and blinked, tears dripping down her cheeks, but they stopped spilling as her eyes focused on the boy. A head tilt made her hair swish gently, slow blinks and a crease of her brow giving her a thoughtful, perplexed expression. "Do I know you?" Her voice comes out shaky, fresh from crying, but it's also confused, as if she isn't even sure who she's asking, herself or the teen. "I'd hope so. I'm your cousin," the latter laughed, and crouched in front of the older girl, mimicking her head tilt as he looked at her with his angular eyes. "Juzo, remember? We see each other every summer." Yawara blinked blankly. "You inspired me to become a hero?" The girl looked down, not remembering. She had no cousin. So why does she feel so fondly for Juzo? Why does the name ring so positively? Juzo looked for a moment and then glanced at Natsuo, who returned his look with a sad, tired one. He didn't know what to do. Yawara was visibly shutting down in front of them as her brain was unable to process the chemical imbalance in her system. Memories that were never hers to begin with settling stubbornly in her brain like an invasive parasite. Her cramping hands twitching against her knees where she laid them, instinctively flexing them to soothe the tension. Yawara jumped when the unknown teenager grabbed her hand calmly, and before she could pull away, he pressed down on her tendons and muscles with confident fingers in a way that released the pain, fighting the cramps from her excessive effort to activate a quirk she didn't have. The girl blinked in confusion because this felt familiar. She didn't understand why. She didn't know this boy, and yet she felt comfortable with him and knew she could trust him to massage her hand. "We're prone to cramps and stiff muscles," Juzo told her, sliding his pressed thumbs over the back of her hand towards her wrist and circling downwards. "Our dads are both sports massage therapists, and they taught us some simple motions. You did such a good job once, I had a bruise on my upper back for weeks." A laugh escaped Yawara. Her eyes are focusing back, and she's smiling in her little meek way she always does, small buck teeth poking through like an adorable mouse. "We turned the back garden into a trampoline of my quirk.
she breathed out, words slurred and dazed, like she wasn't really awake. Thick eyelashes fluttered quickly, eyes readjusting as they narrowed onto Juzo and recognized him. Juzo, when did you get here? Wait, slow down. Toya couldn't understand a word Natsu was saying. Wind back. Yoara's cousin, Juzo, came to check up on her, and she remembered him. Yeah, but only after he started massaging her hand and reminiscing, Natsu replied as he looked at Yoara's eyes focused in and out, her expression a strange mix of calm and confusion. Juzo was sitting beside her on the ground of the market, comforting her as he tried to remind his cousin of who she was in the way only a relative who truly knows you can. She laughed and recognized him. Massage, reminiscing, laughter. Those three have nothing in common. What on earth could have possibly triggered Yoara to overcome the effects of the quirk, even if just briefly? Despite the cruel name, Toya had concluded that 2CB wasn't much like the actual drug itself, considering pink cocaine can't just switch people's memories, but it is a hallucinogen, which is why it's used as a Russian roulette party drug. The original understanding of Sakura's quirk was skewed because of the anger her family held against her for what happened to her parents. But now that she was in a safe environment with him and Dr. Tozura, they'd managed to make some theories. But a hand massage, reminiscing memories, and laughter is what brought Yoara back, even just for a moment, to her real self? That wasn't on the list of theories. Brainwashing quirks are rare and confusing at best, and this is what it looked like it was. A brainwashing quirk that, depending on how exposed an individual is, their memories and personalities are switched with the person closest to them. Because Natsu's friends had all been in a group, that's why their minds got tossed like fried rice. If not treated, it would spiral into a worsening state of delusion to the point of extreme depressive psychosis. Massage, reminiscing, laughter. The words jumped around Toya's brain as he stayed silent on the phone. He could feel his brain trying to connect the dots. Toya's loud shout made Natsu almost drop his phone. What is it? He stammered, hands shaking. Frantic sounds of Toya rushing could be heard, paper sliding around, his phone clattering onto a surface, aggressively scribbling. I'll call you back! He hung up. Natsu had no idea what just happened, but he breathed out a long, slow breath. Toya said that, sounding hopeful. He'd have to trust him on this one, even though Toya didn't even trust himself right now. But he had a crazy theory, so simple yet crazy, but it might just work. He needed to get to Power Loader. Chapter 73. Pyridine. One failure. That's the push needed to make Toya spiral. Garaki was sure of it. His beloved master agreed, seeing how his failure to find the blood-obsessed middle schooler had left the elder Todoroki on the verge of a mental breakdown, only saved because of the little hedgehog girl. A failure as catastrophic as being unable to save his brother's friends from such a brain-melting monster of a quirk as 2CB would for sure shatter the young man. And All for One would be there to collect the pieces. There is no cure or solution for the homeless woman's quirk. He'd been watching her for some time now, making sure she was delirious enough on her own self-destructive quirk to push her at the right moment to the right place to trigger it accidentally, or with some encouragement from his forced quirk activation. He had no further use for her after that, and he had no desire to take her quirk, considering its mind-numbing effect on the user. Plus, with Toya unable to save his brother's friends, he'd be unable to save the woman as well, a double failure to crush his soul. Once his spirit is broken, approach him and bring him to me. He trusts and looks up to you as a peer. That'll soften the realization of who I am. All for One hummed, already resting on his laurels. Garaki was just as confident in their victory as his master, because there really was no cure or solution. Toya will fail. Your plan is to out-drug the drug, Power Loader said flatly, finally piecing together the insane ramblings of his former student and still favorite person. That's one way to put it, sure. The young man was panting and sweating from running straight to Yue after his eureka moment, and he could tell that his former teacher wasn't particularly convinced about his plan. Please hear me out. I promise it'll work. You promise because you know it will work, or because you're trying to convince me to make this experimental support item for you?
Yes. Toya, there are rules and regulations. I can't just make, what did you call it? A jumbo antidepressant adrenaline auto-injector. Powerloader really wanted to make it. Something like that could cause an overdose. Sakura's quirk is sending them into a spiraling psychosis. An overdose would be the best case scenario. At least we would have actually tried something. Toya sounded like he was on the verge of pleading. Powerloader, please, I can't let my brother's friends die from this quirk. Sakura wouldn't be able to cope with having more deaths on her hands, accident or not. The poor woman was enough of a mess, and Toya couldn't bear to think of what would happen if he didn't find a solution, especially when she was finally in a safe place to get better. It was clear to the shorter adult that Toya was very much thinking of his younger self here. A child with a devastating quirk that no support item could help, the only solution being to just not use it. Toya could do that with no repercussions, but for some quirks, that's not an option. A lot of airborne-based quirks pile up inside of the person and destroy them from the inside out. Powerloader had helped out with a few of those cases. But something medicinal and experimental? That was tiptoeing the line of ethics. Not even Toya's heartbroken look could convince the teacher to help with such a matter, not without the proper documentation. Okay, maybe it did. Let's go talk to Principal Netsu. The last thing that Natsuo had been expecting was a text from Toya to bring Yawara to Toy Toy's agency and meet up with their father and Saichi, who was in just as bad a state as the girl. You're going to be able to help her, right? Juzo asked, the teen having hope in his peers, but needing to hear reassurance that his cousin, who he looked up to and loved, would be alright. Frostbite didn't want to lie to the face of the boy his little brother's age, but he didn't want to dash his hope neither. We're going to figure something out. There was a wavering in his voice, but Natsuo cleared his throat and squared his shoulders, scowling with determination at Juzo. My brother has a plan, and I trust it'll be a successful one. Natsuo had full faith in his brother. We're out drugging the drug. Never mind, faith went out the window, along with Toya if he wasn't careful with what he said next. Are you insane? Natsuo raised his voice in an eerily Endeavor-like manner. Are you trying to kill my friends? His fists were shaking with disbelief at the audacity of his brother to want to inject his friends with an untested medicine. Toya holding the auto-injector-looking device with such casualty almost sent Natsuo over the edge. He didn't understand why his white-haired brother looked so confident. It's not going to kill them. Toya was very offended at the unconvinced look from not just his brother, but his father as well. I haven't toiled through medical school and hours of mathematics for you to distrust me like this. It won't kill them. He paused. Probably. And I probably won't kill you, but that probability is never zero, Natsuo hissed. Endeavor put a cautionary hand on his middle son's shoulder before the latter could lunge at Toya. He understood Natsuo's on edge and ready to fly off the handle attitude. His friend's fates were looking bleak, and the worry is bleeding into stress. What do we need to do for it to work? Enji asked Toya. Natsuo shot him an incredulous look, not believing that his father was actually considering going along with this and putting his friends' lives further at risk. We have to make them happy. Trigger core memories, things that define them as people and produces dopamine, Toya said, motioning to Yawara, who was watching Saichi type away at her desk with a faraway, hypnotic look. Then inject them with this. It'll work the same as an adrenaline pen, but specifically against this quirk. He raised the auto-injector. It was long and simpler by design, with a mint green liquid inside it. I don't know how much we'll need of it, but if it took just one memory to bring back Yawara temporarily, I don't think we'll need much of it. Sakura's quirk isn't as powerful and game-ending as she's been led to believe. Toya would make sure of that. Because this is a time-sensitive emergency, Principal Netsu got the okay pretty quickly for Powerloader, Recovery Girl and I to work on this. Powerloader reverse-engineered the pink powder. They'd all been wearing hazmat suits. It was ridiculous. Recovery Girl and I figured out what medication counteracts it, and this is the outcome. You sound like you're talking bullshit and throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks, Natsuo snarled. Frostbite, Endeavor warned, frowning at his son's accusatory tone more so than his language. It's true, Natsuo yelled. You're going to save my friends using theory, a prayer, and wishing upon a star? Maybe a little. I'm going to destroy your Endeavor collection. Now that was a terrifying, very possible threat that Toya had never considered to be worried about, and he visibly paled a little. On another day, he chewed back a similar threat. But not today. Natsuo, please trust me, Toya begged, blue eyes filled with fire but his expression stern, so like his father. I wouldn't test this if I didn't think it'll work. And it's going to work. It has to. All this does is boost dopamine and target Sakura's quirk. Natsuo looked unsure. Afraid even. His father's hand on his shoulder squeezed and he looked up. Blue eyes, identical to his brother's, looked back down at him, silently encouraging him to trust Toya. This is what his eldest brother had set his ambitions on, to find solutions for disastrous quirks. Saichi, Natsuo called out to his sandy-haired friend, who looked like a shell of his former self. Take a break. Switch with Yoara. Tomura didn't share All For One's confidence in Toya failing, and he voiced as such, not that it did much to dampen his master's mood. He usually was right, but just not this time. Come now, Tomura, have more faith, his master chuckled beside him. But Tomura didn't look away from his handheld device, watching the graphics as he shot down his opponents with an unrealistic firearm. There is no cure for that quirk. That's because Toya wasn't a doctor yet, the red-eyed young man shrugged. He heard his master shift in his seat to look at him, the sound of the tubes connected to his throat echoing a soft creak and whispering breath through the room. You know he's stubborn and driven. All four of them knew that. Him, his master, Garaki, and Kurogiri. They'd watched him long enough to know that Toya rivaled his father's fiery and hard-headed personality, refusing to give up even with their faces slammed to the floor. All For One said nothing for a moment, his lie detector quirk activated to monitor Tomura's voice. No lie was uttered. Tomura genuinely believed that Toya would succeed. How odd of you to say that, All For One commented, before smiling in amusement. Are you sure you're not just saying that to contradict the doctor? It wouldn't be the first time the two butted heads, even if they barely, if ever, met in person. Tomura's eye roll only amused him further. Let's make a bet, then. A game. Tomura liked those, and his eyes leaving the screen of his handheld game told All For One as such. If you're right, and Toya does indeed succeed, I'll give you the money to get that new console and game you want. Oh, Tomura was invested now. If I'm right and Toya does fail, you have to clean your room. Bet. He couldn't see the younger man's face, but it sounded like he was smiling smugly. Can't really fault him. He learned from the smuggest man of them all. All For One merely chuckled and reached out a hand to rest on Tomura's head to mess with his hair like one would stroke a cat. Sir? Garaki's voice raised through the phone speaker. He could hear Tomura's smugness rise. There's a situation. Oh, it felt good to be the smartest, best person ever. He might as well have been injected with his new medical concoction because Toya was on a high. As infuriating as it was that the solution was so simple and could have saved Sakura years of suffering if the adults in her life had given her the teeniest bit of grace, Toya was punching the air in victory as his theory and shot in the dark was proven right. Stick Yoara in front of a desk at Toito's agency and talk to her about her cousin and family, inject her, and boom! The cute hero softie is back to her cutesy, low-energy ways. Natsuo had almost hugged her to death of how overwhelmed with emotion he was at Yoara coming back to her true self, eyes refocusing, yet mind still a little confused at what had happened in the last 24 hours. Now for the rest of them. Saichi was simple enough. Endeavor and Toya practically threw him at Snatch and the police, who had been desperately trying to comfort Ibara, leaving the sandy-haired boy confused as to why he suddenly felt so happy and relaxed in the high-stress environment of the constant on-the-go nature of the police. More so, he smiled at Snatch, listening to the man's every word as he explained his job and quirk like he'd never met Saichi before. Saichi was enthralled, reminding Endeavor of Toya, and that's when the latter jabbed Saichi with the injector. Dodging a punch to the head from the shocked Saichi at the sudden pain, Toya was far too enthusiastic about stabbing Natsuo's friends with his mint green concoction. Endeavor tried not to think of it as a sadistic streak and preferred to lean on the crazy scientist idea, as if that was any better. Point is, Saichi was back to his grumpy-faced self, dazzled as Yawara had been, but very happy to be in his father's arms, who had held him as his mind whirled with flooding back memories. It only got easier from there, dragging a confused and upset Ibara to her natural habitat of the glittery Uwabami agency to give poor Mogura a break from all the jewelry and fabric she was tearing up. And voila, one injection later, the fashionista thorn hero Rosé was returned with enthused pizzazz, and a horrified expression at all the tattered fashion material. There would be much to do and fixed later on, but for now, her friends were the priority. Don't be so hard on yourself, Mogura. Ibara held Mogura's big paw-like hands in her own, smiling encouragingly to her distressed friend. Nothing sequence can't fix. That did little to comfort the mole girl, but she managed to laugh. I was terribly nasty to Dad. I have to call him. Call him on the way to Aihiko. We have to get him to the market before the end of the day. Natsu urged all his friends out of the Uwabami agency, leaving Takara to finish the day and clean up the mess. It's our only chance to trigger his love for performance. We don't know when the next time will be. Mogura was confused as to what any of that meant. Yawara was the one with the love for performance. But all she understood was that Aihiko needed help, and no matter what form that came in, Mogura would help a friend in need. As soon as Mogura came in touch with the dirt of her grandparents' farm, it was like a ray of sunshine after a thunderstorm, joy returning to her sadder eyes as she dug deep into the muddy earth that Aihiko had been struggling with all day. She hardly needed the injection, but Toya gave it to her anyway, the girl shaking the dirt off her fur like a dog shook off water, and hugged her grandparents tightly as her memories flooded back. Mogura, the townspeople were saying some horrid things. I don't know how safe it is for you to go to the market. Natsu warned her as the girl picked up Aihiko like he was light cargo and trotted towards her village. Don't care and it doesn't matter, she called out to the others. Her friends, Toya, Endeavor, and his sidekicks all hurried after her. Duty calls, Pop Rocks! Leaving the house had been a terrible idea. But he needed to get food, and he'd heard that Pop Rocks would be performing at the market today. Molgul and he had promoted his coming for the festival, but everything had gone sour when instead of the colourful blue-haired hero, the cute hero Softy had come on stage and made an embarrassment of herself. That had caused all the villagers' moods to darken, and as soon as he had heard heteromorph slander echoing through the market, Shuichi Iguchi knew he should have left and gone home. But he still needed to get food, which is how he ended up cornered with a small group of men yelling in his face. Things had gotten a little better in this area of the countryside for heteromorphs since Molgirl had joined UA and made efforts as an up-and-coming pro-hero, but it showed that the prejudice sentiment still ran deep. All it took was for one accident, one small failure that wasn't even the girl's fault, for everybody to turn on her, even though she was never anything but kind. Iguchi raised his hands to protect himself as he feared that someone would raise theirs to strike him. He should have stayed home. Many crackling explosions filled the air like party poppers on New Year's, interrupting everybody as all attention was brought onto the previously empty stage. Hey everyone! Candy Hero Pop Rocks here! Sorry for the late arrival, you wouldn't believe the day we've had! The blue-haired young man called out to the entirety of the market, a bouncing ball of enthusiastic energy as he strode across the stage, grinning and smiling at everyone with his endearing tooth gap. Like a ferociously pelted dodgeball winding an opponent, the angry, bitter mood was obliterated into nothing as children squealed in excitement at the fun hero starting his routine on stage, colourful popping candy quirk crackling all over the place. The men bothering Iguchi were distracted and left to go watch the stage, enthralled at the likes of Pop Rocks and his friends appearing on stage, and even cheering for Mole Girl as she hopped on the platform and apologized to everyone for the confusion. Iguchi was annoyed that she apologized at all. It seemed Frostbite shared his sentiment, because even from far away, the pink-haired heteromorph could see that the young man he judged years ago had a dark look as he glared at some of the nastier, outspoken villagers. As much as he had his own nasty things to say about the likes of a Todoroki, he couldn't help but appreciate his rightful annoyance. The air of the market became lighter as the performance went on, even more so when the number 2 hero and his sidekick started mingling with the crowd. Even the likes of Iguchi knew that Endeavor wasn't the fan service type, and it was obvious his sidekicks were doing all the heavy lifting on that end. But he still lingered and spoke to everyone. Iguchi's eyes caught a white-haired young man sticking to Endeavor's side, which he recognized as his son but had yelled with him during the sports festival. He was eagerly looking around for someone, practically hopping up and down. A black car pulled into the market, and out came a detective and a woman who looked like a doctor. Clearly who Endeavor's son was waiting for, because he rushed forward to greet the last person to come out of the car, a scrawny, pink-haired woman. "Flower?" Iguchi jumped at a bluebell entering his vision, and looked up at Mole Girl, the young heroine smiling at him sweetly. She was carrying a huge basket of bluebells, given to her by her grandparents to gift to all the villagers. They're a really beautiful blue. Iguchi automatically accepted it without thinking about it, more shaken by the kindness from the fellow heteromorph. "I really like your hair. It looks cool." Iguchi's cheeks burnt at the compliment, instinctively bringing his claws to mess with his untidy pink strands. "Thanks," he breathed out, and Mole Girl grinned brightly, offering a bluebell to the next person with nothing but sweetness and kindness, something the villagers would never show her first. Twirling the flower in between his fingers, Iguchi stared at the little delicate bells. He inhaled deeply in his chest and squared his shoulders, blush still in his cheeks as he looked out to the crowd, shopping bag in his other hand gripped tightly at the handle. He was glad he left home today. Just today. Sakura stared at the auto-injector in her hands. She didn't know what she was looking at, but she saw the young heroes she'd inflected her quirk onto laughing together in the crowd, giving out flowers or enjoying the food, not losing their minds and identities because of a quirk. "There's a cure for those affected by your quirk." Toya's voice brought her out of her staring haze, and she looked up to the taller man, exhausted eyes wide. "Your quirk will always stay with you, and I understand you're scared of it." Unnaturally warm hands cradle hers that hold the device in her hands, the mint green liquid sloshing inside it at the movement. "But taking this every so often will make it more bearable." Sakura's eyes looked down to it, her hands wrapping around the pen-like shape like it was her lifeline. "You want to get better, and I want to make that as easy as possible for you." Tears dripped down the woman's face again, and she nodded, silently sobbing as she held the support item against her chest. Quirk restraining cuffs were still around her wrists, because she's scared. But she wants to get better. She doesn't want to be scared anymore. She wants a life, and a home, and to be happy. Relief floods her as she leans into Toya's open arms, letting herself be brought into a hug. Dr. Tsuzura laid a hand on her back. She's going to get better, because Toya held her hands and understood her pain. With an aggravated sigh, All For One waved the celebratory Tomura away with Kurogiri to go get his prize. Credit where credit is due, the boy could be perceptive at times, as capricious as he was. Seems he's rather fond of the Todoroki boy to have given him such faith. "We knew he was intelligent, but this is beyond what we thought him capable." Garaki, despite their failed plan, sounded strangely delighted. Someone of his own level of intellect to converse with must be quite the positive thought. "I'm more fascinated by how he kept his cool," All For One murmured, tapping his chin. The news was reporting on this, and All For One listened to the happy atmosphere of the market, catching Toya's laughter among the crowd, even a chuckle coming from Endeavor. He couldn't see, but he knew for a fact that the red-headed hero was ruffling his eldest hair, congratulating him on his achievements and crazy thinking. Insanity runs in their blood. Fiery obsession and snowstorm emotions that could easily be taken advantage of if the Demon Lord could dig his claws in correctly. Patience. This was just one of the many plans and routes that All For One could have taken. Where one door shuts, 5 others open, and he always has an alternative option. Going through his brother's friends had triggered his level-headed, stubborn drive to succeed. Understood. For now, he wouldn't go down that path. His amused smile tugged to a grin. Soon, it would be Tomura's time to act. How will that confident, bright light in Toya's eyes fare against the twisted darkness that he had nurtured in his protege? Chapter 74. Fern. It was his time to shine, Shoto thought as he trotted down Sekoto Peak, right behind his father's heels. Now, at the strong age of 15 years old, the tripping path of the mountainside was no obstacle for him, even using his ice to make the descent a little bit faster. The UA recommendation exam is today, and to get over his slightly rattling nerves, Shoto had asked for one more training session with his dad to warm up. Endeavor had taken the morning off so he could do just that, and just as the sun was rising, he took his youngest up to Sekoto Peak like he'd done for years to train him. Shoto's quirk is powerful, bordering on superhuman if the child would let himself breach his physical limitations. But he had a real struggle of overcoming the pain and always seemed wary of affecting those around him in any way. "Toya, can you stand further away while I use my fire?" was a reoccurring phrase over the years. Enji knew it rubbed his eldest the wrong way when Shoto asked the simple request, even if he did fulfill it. With Shoto growing and becoming sturdier, both his ice and fire strengthened as well, and his firepower was impressive. But he always held back his flames in fear of burning his flammable brothers and leafy training grounds despite Enji reassuring it'd be fine. He hoped that Yue would be able to help his son get over his wariness. Not that he blamed Shoto for having hesitations. His mother's scarred face was a daily reminder of the dangers of mixing fire and ice, and he spent a lot of alone time with her due to being homeschooled. Permanent scarring is permanent after all, and Shoto would be devastated to accidentally hurt someone that way. No amount of reassuring and encouragement could get him over that mental hurdle. "How are you feeling, Peppermint?" Enji asked as they got back home, kicking their trainers off. The sun was barely in the sky and the house was still quiet, everybody else asleep. Making coffee would surely raise at least Haro from his slumber. "Nervous?" "Not really," Shoto replied. "I just don't want to fail." "You won't." "But what if I do?" "Then you go to another hero school." Enji knew plenty of other schools that had good reputations and produced capable heroes, like Shiketsu. But Shoto wanted to go to the same school as All Might, his father and siblings had gone to. Being the only one to fail entering would upset him greatly. Even Toy and his math struggles hadn't stopped him from succeeding. Failing isn't the end of the world. It sure feel like it, though, Shoto thought. Leaving home had been a chore, his mother smothering his cheeks and forehead in good luck kisses, not quite ready to let go of her now tall youngest baby. "Ray, free him, we need to get going," Enji joked to his wife. All right. You'll do amazing, sweetie. Don't stress, and remember what Dad taught you." Ray cupped her baby boy's face, squishing his cheeks a little. "Go get them." One more kiss to the forehead, and the white-haired mother freed Shoto from her loving clasp. A glance back over his shoulder, Enji saw Ray's eyes water. Their youngest baby isn't a baby anymore. No more homeschooling, and he'd be off doing heroics soon. It was all happening so fast, like sand slipping through her fingers. Momentarily, Enji stepped back into the house and pressed his own soft kiss to his wife's lips with a tilt of her head. "I know," he muttered against her cool skin, catching the single emotional tear escaping the corner of her eye with his thumb. "I know." Ray was the one to chase another kiss from her husband, a little comfort in the deep well of her motherly, bittersweet emotion of seeing all her babies grow and leave the nest. So much pride, yet so much nostalgia. "Meet us at the ice cream shop after his exam?" "Okay," Ray breathed out against his warm lips. "See you later." To make the youngest Todoroki's day a little easier, Kurumada would make the detour to drop Shoto at UA before he brought Endeavor to the agency. With him taking the recommendation exam, he had a specific appointed time that wouldn't align with the regular exams. "Hey." Enji poked his head out of the window after Shoto shut the car behind him. The boy looked at him and felt his chest warm at the smile his father gave him. It looked just like Natsuo's and reached his bright blue eyes, just like Toya's. Things from their father that he loved. "No matter what, you've worked hard. I'm proud of you." Shoto's cheeks tinted a little pink, and a grin, just like his mother's that Enji loved so much, spread across his face. Thanks, Dad. See you later. Inasa Yuarashi never forgot the encouraging encounter he had with Endeavor almost a decade ago, especially now that he was standing in front of UA to take the recommendation exam. Aspiring students surrounded him, but only one of them caught his attention. A boy shorter than him, with red and white hair split right down the middle. That had to be him. Never one to hesitate, Inasa trotted up to the student. Yo! His loud voice visibly made the two-tone-haired teen jolt and look up to the wall of muscle blocking his path with quirked, annoyed eyebrows. I'm Inasa Yuarashi. You're Endeavor's son, right? I'm Shoto Todoroki. Shoto introduced himself in turn, the polite thing to do, as his mother taught him, despite his annoyed expression intensifying with his harsh tone. It reminded Inasa of the first impression of Endeavor, when that stern voice had made him freeze in place. I don't want to be late for the exam. Shoto, not as politely, interrupted while sidestepping Inasa to get around him blocking his path. Inasa watched in shocked silence as Endeavor's son passed by without even looking at him. Dismissive and cold. That's not what he expected from the son of the fiery number 2. Inasa knew a Frostbite, Endeavor's older son, and admired him for his bright smile and kind attitude, which is what he grew to expect from the son his age. This annoyed coldness took him by surprise, and his usually go-getter attitude was momentarily squashed. Oh, it's okay. Endeavor's known for being standoffish and awkward when it comes to fans. Maybe Shoto is just like that. It just means Inasa needs to find something in common for them to bond over. He was sure competing in the recommendation exam together would nurture the buds of friendship and bring fruit. But first impressions are important to Shoto Todoroki. He's already made his mind up on Inasa. An annoying fanboy who only sees him as Endeavor's son. Whatever. Shoto mentally shrugged away the interaction and refocused on the obstacle at hand. The written part of the exam followed by the practical exam. He'd succeed, there was no doubt. His mother and grandfather had prepared him well. His siblings had all helped him revise when they had the time. His uncle Toshi even called in several times in the week before today to encourage Shoto. They all had faith in him that he'd succeed, his father included. But while he knew his father would be proud no matter what, that didn't stifle his own ambitions. Shoto knows he's strong, but if he wants to be a hero like All Might that makes people feel reassured, he needs to be stronger. The strongest even. It starts by getting the top score in the recommendation exam. By a hair, number 41 finishes first! That's not the number on Shoto's shirt. His is 23. He didn't come first in the race, that was the practical exam. The loud kid did, by a split second. Frustration bit at Shoto's chest. He'd really wanted to win and have the highest scores, just like his father and Natsuo did. But they'd gone through the regular entrance exam. He shouldn't be so hard on himself when competing with the best students his age. Plus, he was only half a second behind. It's fine. Alright, I won! Half a second behind wasn't okay. Shoto corrected himself as he heard Inasa's annoyingly loud voice. It wasn't okay when it meant he lost to this guy. He was just too much. But who knows what'll happen next time? Seriously too much. You're amazing! Shoto doesn't need to be told that by the guy he just lost to. It felt like rubbing salt in a wound. As expected of Endeavor's son! Frustration turned to irritation. Shut up. Shoto's angry hiss shut Inasa up. Mismatching eyes glared at the taller wind student. Unfriendly eyes, nothing like the ones Endeavor had once his fire mask was gone, nor like the ones Frostbite had in photos. They were irritated and dismissive, like Inasa was an inconvenience. If that's all you have to say to me, leave me alone, Shoto grumbled. He didn't like people making assumptions about him because he's the number 2 hero's son. Dr. Tsuzura explained it made him feel dismissed as his own person. He's more than just his father's son. He's also his mother's son, his grandfather's grandson, a nephew and a brother. He's Shoto Todoroki, not Endeavor's son. And if this kid can't call him by name even after he's introduced himself, Shoto doesn't care to associate with him. Inasa was dumbfounded. enthusiasm throttled and smile faded. Endeavor is known for being awkward, stern, and having a harsh tone, but he's been a hero and All Might's close friend long enough for the country to know it's not ill-intended. Inasa had learnt that firsthand, and the country now loved Frostbite. The hard-working ice hero of a hand reached out to help anyone in need, no matter if they were a vigilante, a terrifying figure asking for directions, or a regular citizen. The Flame and Ice heroes spoke little, but proved themselves with their actions. But Endeavor's son isn't like that. His reply is snippy and cold, turning red-hot beating hearts an icy cold purple with his irritated looks and dismissive words. That's not heroic. That's not passion. That's nothing like All Might, or Frostbite, or Endeavor, the people undoubtedly an important part of Shoto's life and upbringing. How can someone surrounded by such amazing people be so not like them? Inasa doesn't like Shoto, the boy born with everything. There's no doubt that the shorter student is going to get into UA, he thinks to himself as he watches Shoto walk away, staring at his back. If that's the sort of person that UA is going to accept, with no heroic, passionate spirit, Inasa doesn't want to be part of their student list. Inasa would refuse his offer to UA. There are plenty of other good hero schools, like Shiketsu. Well done, everyone! President Mike, who overlooked the students and congratulated everyone as they left the changing rooms to return home now that the examination was over. You'll get your results before the end of the month. Rest while you're waiting. Go for some karaoke. Have fun. Yeah! Shoto didn't acknowledge Inasa leaving the school grounds before everyone else with his head down, too busy smiling at the blonde hero's dramatic mannerisms. He remembered President Mike from when he met him and his friends that one time on his birthday. The same day he got his beloved All Might plush. Despite feeling annoyed and grumpy at not coming first in the practical exam and having to deal with the likes of the annoying Wind fanboy, Shoto approached his peer with a smile. "Thank you for overlooking our exam today," Shoto said politely with a bow to President Mike, like his mother had taught him. A bright smile spread across the loud hero's face. "Of course, Todoroki boy! Long time no see, you've grown lots." President Mike gave his own little dramatic bow, nothing like a proper greeting, but rather something you'd see jokingly done for a photograph. "Impressive performance today! I'm rooting for your kid. Your brother was super. Aizawa likes him a lot, even if he won't say it. I've got no doubt you'd have a great time being his student too." Shoto blinked at the quickly spoken words, but caught it all. "Thank you, sir. I actually had a question." Shoto fiddled with his fingers a little as President Mike tilted his head in curiosity. "You call my performance impressive, but did you see anything you think I could improve on?" Hisashi was pleasantly surprised by this. Natsu had been all about improvement from the get-go too. Guess it has to be a Todoroki thing. They always seem to aim high. "I only got a glimpse of your skills, but if I had to go off first impression," Hisashi hummed, finger gun under his chin as he pouted in thought. "Your file says your quirk is half cold, half hot, but I only saw all cold, no hot. You're not feeling confident with your hot side?" "Using it in close proximation to other people makes me nervous," Shoto admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. "It's something I've tried working on with my father, but..." His voice trailed off. He didn't know why he couldn't get over that mental hurdle. It's something he desperately wanted to overcome. He knew it was holding him back. "It's as strong as my eyesight, though." "If that's the case, you could have boosted your speed by using your fire to win the race. All you needed was a final little boost to get you over the finish line first." Hisashi hummed in thought with his hand on his hips. "Hesitation is dangerous, kiddo. It can be the difference between life and death. That's something to focus off once you get into UA. If you get into UA. The slip-up made Shoto smile and laugh, bright grins spreading across his face in a way that made nostalgia stab at President Mike's heart. It reminded him of his old friend that he and Aizawa missed so much. "Thank you, President Mike." Shoto bowed again. "I look forward to being taught by you in a race ahead, hopefully." "Good luck, Todoroki boy," Hisashi felt himself say, but it sounded far away. His eyes were half-lidded behind his tinted glasses, watching the ghost of a past shape leave again. The kid's got a nice smile. His mood was lifted a bit now that he got to speak to President Mike after a decade, and stretched his arms up once he was under the blue sky of the early afternoon. Despite that one guy, today had gone perfectly. There was no doubt in his mind that he'd get into UA, he said to himself as he checked his watch. Kurumada would be picking him up in a few minutes to join his mother at the ice cream shop. Todoroki. Yet another voice addressed him. Shoto mentally sighed and turned his head to the source. Beige hair and a skull-like appearance. Shoto recognized him from the exam. He had some sort of softening quirk. I'm Juzo Hananuki. My cousin is in the same class as your brother. His hand is outstretched to greet him. Shoto instinctively accepts the handshake, but observes him as he does. He seems laid back. There's no anticipation or fanboy shakiness in his grip or voice. Nice to meet you. I'm Shoto. Pleasure's all mine. I never got to thank your brother, Toya, for curing your aura. He's amazing. Hearing the praise towards his eldest brother, Shoto's expression softened into a smile. Really, I'm grateful. We're close. She inspired me to become a hero, you know. Toya said he was only able to figure the cure out because you came to check on your cousin. Shoto smiled to the fellow teen, the two walking side by side to the entrance. So part of the credit goes to you. Juzo seemed to smile. Maybe, but that doesn't change the fact your brother did all the hard work. His soft laugh made Shoto mirror it. Mood completely lifted at having someone be normal around him and praise his brother. How is Frostbite? He and my cousin are about to graduate. I've barely seen anything of Yuara with all the preparations she's doing. Same with Natsuo. He is up in the mountains currently, establishing connections and talking with local authority. Shoto replied, hands in his pockets as he looked out for Kurumada's car. He's preparing for the peak holiday season, so he can be ready to be called for at any point. That's cool. I've heard from Yuara he's very hardworking. Shoto smiled at the comment. He is, he agreed. At that moment, Kurumada pulled up in front of UA and shot a bulging eye at his boss's son. He's here for me. Hananuki, can we drop you off anywhere? We're heading into town. At the train station, if you wouldn't mind, Juzo said with a polite nod to Kurumada as the two boys got into the car. A free ride from Endeavor's chauffeur is nothing to turn your nose up at, and Juzo was grateful for the small kindness. He and Shoto continued to speak during the short drive to the station, and while not having anything other than their hero relatives in common, Shoto liked the beige-haired boy. He explained his quirk, similar to his cousin's but more powerful, and Shoto mentioned Toya would probably have a lot to say about the genetics and variations of the same quirk within a family. Just like how Ida's family all had the engine quirk, but Tensei had it on his arms and Tenya on his legs. Shoto waves Juzo goodbye at the train station. He hopes he gets into UA. He'd be a good classmate. His father was going to be joining them, but he was running a little late because of some heroic altercation. To be expected from Endeavor, which is why neither Rei nor Shoto minded waiting for him while nibbling their sweet treats. Vanilla ice cream for Rei, mint chocolate chip for Shoto. Sounds like you aced it, Peppermint, Rei said in between ice cream nibbles. How do you feel? Confident, Shoto smiled to his mother, fishing out a chocolate chip from his ice cream. Other than the annoying fanboy, it went great, so I'm sure I'm getting in. I understand why you find him annoying, but you're bound to meet people like that. They're not malicious, just excited. Rei knew how Shoto felt about people making assumptions. Many had been made about his Himura mother and his fiery father, either them as a couple or individually. It's not something they discussed often as a family. There was no need for it. But with Shoto gaining more internet access growing up and his siblings all being adults now, those sorts of topics did float about. It was unavoidable. You remember how Saichi and Natsuo used to be, and now they're best friends. Shoto grumbled, stuffing more mint ice cream into his mouth. Saichi was a jealous hater. It's different, he argued. Hananuki acted normal towards me. I don't see why I have to tolerate someone being over the top about who my dad is. Rei understands, but she wasn't at the scene, so she can't really make a comment. All she does is sigh softly, exasperated at her son's hard-headed stubbornness. A lot of that in the Todoroki, something she both loved and rolled her eyes at. There was nothing to say. She just reached out and brushed Shoto's red hair out of his face. his singular turquoise eye looking at her questioningly. A cool hand cupped his jaw and cheek in a motherly fashion, a loving smile on his mother's scarred face. It was faded, but forever there, forever a reminder. My sweet boy, she breathed out a laugh. You're growing so quickly. Shoto smiled and leaned his fireside against her hand, almost nuzzling her palm. Love you, Mama. Love you too, honey. She caressed his cheek with her thumb. There's Dad. Wave him over. I'll go order his coffee. Chapter 75. Hot. With Natsu, Saichi, and Mogura as the big three of his year, their graduation was pure elemental carnage. By the end of it, everybody had frosted tips and was covered in sand and dirt. Despite that, Natsu's graduation was just as emotional as Fuyumi and Toya's had been. Everybody was there. His own family, his friends, their various family members, the teachers, and among all the tears there was laughter and excitement for the future. It was the time for celebrations of all they had achieved, but also goodbyes. Natsu and his friend group would be spreading far and wide now. Mogura back to her hometown, Ibara and Yawara off to their sidekick positions. Aihiko was going to be a wandering hero, like Mirko. Saichi would be joining his father on the other side of town, but they'd be on the move as well. So Naitai and his police were looking for their support of the case. And Natsu would be off to the mountains throughout the year. I leave everything in your hands. Natsu grinned as he slapped a firm hand on Mirio's shoulder, the blonde teenager looking at him with passionate tears in his eyes. Work hard, Lemillion. You and your friends are going to be a force to reckon with. I don't need foresight to know that. The salute from Mirio, curiously copied by Hado and nervously replicated by Amajiki, made the now graduated third years laugh. Don't worry, Amajiki, you're in good company, Mogura encouraged sweetly. Show them what you've got, Sanita. You too, Najire, don't ever stop being curious. Saichi shot them an awkward thumbs up. He wasn't the best at pep talk. With goodbyes to his friends, promises to meet up in the future, and final thank you to the teachers completed, the Todoroki family headed out of UA, Rei and Haru in silent tears all over again. Meanwhile, Natsu was speed walking in an attempt to get away from his father sizing him up. He had no desire to be picked up today, thank you kindly. Frosty, you got any plans tonight, or are you free? Toy called out from where he was watching his middle brother and father play an embarrassingly awkward variant of tag. Shoto and Fumi snickered behind their hands at the scene. No plans, Natsu replied before letting out an indignant yelp at his father catching him. With self-satisfied achievement, Enji managed to easily pick up his middle son with two hands under his arms, picking up Natsu like an insulted girthy cat who couldn't believe its large build didn't prevent the situation. Natsu stretched like a lifted-up cat, too. Why do you ask? I invited Hawks for drinks, just us guys. Fumi's head perk in his direction didn't go unnoticed, and Toya couldn't help the smirk. You up to join us? You won't be able to drink anything alcoholic, but we could get food too. If Father Darius has plans to unhand me at any point this afternoon, I'd love to join, Natsu said flatly, his tiptoes not touching the ground. You made your point, Dad. Let go. See you, Rei? Still a baby. Enji joked in his typical voice, softly shaking their grown son to make his legs dangle. Rei, through her silent tears, burst out laughing. Haru smiled at his son putting in the effort to distract his wife over the bittersweet sentiment of their babies growing up. He understood the feeling all too well. Where are you meeting, Hawks? Enji asked as he deposited Natsu back onto the firm ground. In town, though we should probably change before we head out. I can drive us. Toya now had his driving license and his own car, a second-hand one that Kurumada had personally picked out for the elder Todoroki. Sturdy and safe, he called it, while glaring daggers at Toya. Similarly to how Natsu is glaring daggers right now. Oh, come on, I haven't crashed once. You've almost crashed plenty of times, Fuyumi reminded him. Plus, if you drive there, you won't be able to drive back home if you drink. I can drive you boys back, their father offered. With all the graduations happening, I want to stay out late to patrol. Villains and troublemakers like to take advantage of busy times to create problems. There we go, solved. Toya puffed his chest out. I'll drive us there. Shoto, I leave my gang orca collection to you in my will. burn Toya's side of the room, Natsuo said solemnly. It was Shoto's turn to salute, understanding the seriousness of the situation. Hey! Only I get to set the house on fire! Toya's indignant shout only helped to make the adults laugh. They could laugh about the accident now. Not because it was or ever would be funny, but because Toya wasn't burdened by it anymore. Toya, with a driver's license, with one more year of medical school before he graduates, with a pet cat named Harusame, a loving family, and many friends, could look at his younger self and not hate him as much as he once did. Maybe one day he'd even be able to love his younger self as much as his family do. Accepting Toya's offer to go out for celebratory drinks in Natsuo's honor had been impulsive and random, bordering on accidental. The now number 3 hero was a very busy young man with little to no free time, and this week had been particularly heavy. The Hero Commission wanted him infiltrating all sorts of situations, half of which involved taking down a lot of criminals on his own, and he was grateful to his handful of sidekicks that could deal with the aftermath, because if he had to deal with that on top of the arduous tasks, he might crack. But it's his duty, and he's good at it. Really good at it. And it's almost unfair that his lifelong training only helped improve and build upon what he already had as a child. He was always good at reading people, tiptoeing around eggshells to keep the peace, picking up sensitive noises with his feathers. Criminal parents running from the law with violent tendencies on his father's side would do that to a child. Hawks had shut them out, but had easily separated himself from the Takami name years ago, when his mother left with the Hero Commission for the sake of her own survival. He'd been okay with that, was still okay with it, because it meant he got to train to become a brilliant hero like Endeavor. And just like the hero he looked up to, who saved him, every day was nothing but work. His apartment was barely used and couldn't be called a home, but it's where his stuff is. It's where his childhood Endeavor plush is safely kept. He allows it to sit on his bed nowadays, waiting for him to come home, instead of collecting dust in the sealed box in the cupboard. There, it would watch him text the eldest Todoroki siblings before going to bed, talking about Endeavor-related things with Toya and asking for Yumi about her day. It watched him smile as the woman his age told him dozens of little stories all about being a teacher without ever giving an ounce of information about himself back to the sweet woman. Mundanity. It's something so foreign yet so dear to Hawks' heart. He yearns for it, yet always denies himself something as simple as going out for drinks with his psychics after work. Work is never over for him. Like a good carrier pigeon, he's at the Hero Commission's every beck and call. If he won't do it, nobody else will until they find his replacement. It's his duty. That's why his hasty acceptance of Toya's invite for drinks shocked him so much. He stared at his positive reply like he'd been punched in the face by the words, as if he hadn't texted them. Where did this come from? He should apologize and say he can't make it. He shouldn't be drinking when the commission could need him at any point, especially not with Endeavor's kids, a future doctor and just graduated high schooler. It's not professional, and it's not part of any act or carefully planned move. It's just drinks with friends. Even with all that internal fighting, Hawks is at the appointed time and place, much to his own surprise. Not horror, though. He's actually looking forward to going out for a meal with Toya and Natsuo. He likes them both despite only meeting them twice. Same for Fuyumi and the rest of the Todoroki. Though it's probably not the best impression for the two Todoroki boys to pull up to the agreed-upon car park and see Hawks being flocked by a sea of fans, most of which young women, give or take his age. Hawks can't exactly help it. His red wings and golden blonde hair are a dead giveaway. "Sorry, my little chicks, I'm actually meeting someone," he says once he catches Toya Natsuo in the corner of his eyes, hanging around Toya's white Nissan, patiently waiting for him to finish. "One photo, please, Hawks," a group of young women, dressed for a night out, squeal out their begging. Hawks relents because they're polite thus far, and he doesn't want to ruin their night. He poses with them, a simple peace sign and big toothy grin, and the crowd splits like the Red Sea for him so he can join his friends. At seeing who he's meeting, the flock of fans clamour from a distance that Hawks is with Endeavor's sons, Frostbite, and the other one, Toya, wasn't it? He's the one that cured all those young heroes. Getting a name for yourselves, aren't you? Hawks chuckled as he overheard the excited chatter from the young adult fans. Says the guy flirting with 10 women in one selfie. Toya joked back with a raised eyebrow. You sure you'd rather not ditch us and have a night out with those girls? It was said teasingly, but also Toya was probing at the younger man. If his sister was going to be interested in him, whatever that meant in her mind, Toya was going to do his big brotherly duty and make sure the winged hero isn't a charlatan. No hard feelings. No, only bitter ones. Hawks easily bounced the banter back. Natsuo rolled his eyes. He knew what Toya was doing. He's not fooling anyone, especially not Hawks the socializer. Be serious now. Have you been to this izakaya before? He steers a conversation away from the weak investigation attempt Toya's flopping at. I haven't been to any in Masutafu, Hawks admitted, following Toya and Natsuo who knew the way. Dad and Uncle Might used to go here when they were younger, Natsuo explained, hands in his zip-up jacket pockets, a black t-shirt underneath. He was taller and broader than last time Hawks had seen him, reminiscent of Endeavor. There was more red in his hair as well. He's taken us a handful of times as well with Grandpa, and it's a good place for heroes who want a break from being hounded. Poignant, Hawks could only chuckle at the direct yet considerate jab. He was still apprehensive about drinking beer. Not because he didn't want to. He did. He wanted to properly enjoy the evening out, drinking culture and all, but other than a can or two of some cheap beer at his flat on occasion, Hawks isn't a drinker. It's too bitter and muddles his senses, makes his feathers feel like they're buzzing. But when Toya asks him what he wants to drink, beer is what comes out. You sure? Doesn't have to be alcoholic. The considerate question from the white-haired man reaffirms Hawks' decision. Yes, he'll have beer, like Toya. He feels like he's in a good place to do so, and it's only one time. He should act like his age every once in a while. Frosty the Snowman, what are you getting? Stop it. Natsuo hissed at the name, but ordered an oolong tea to start with. Hawks, it's been a while. How are you holding up? Well enough to make it to number 3, the blonde smiled, shrugging off his coat, leaving him in his gold-tinted black compression shirt. It's busy. That's putting it lightly. Toya scoffed as he ordered the drinks, some wasabi peas and crackers for them to nibble. You're not doing as much as Dad, but you're doing way more than any other hero out there. Give yourself more credit. Hawks had nothing to say to that. He wasn't the bragging type. He just did what was needed to do to keep his area and country safe, even if the job wasn't always the cleanest. Instead, he asks Toya and Natsuo about what they were doing, what they had been up to since they last saw each other at that drinks commercial photo shoot. Toya is entering his last year of medical school, which for him means a lot of work experience, shadowing and a placement role at UA beside Recovery Girl. She knew All Might and Endeavor when they were at UA, despite the decade between them, which obviously meant she was the best person to learn from. He just wants to hear high school stories about Dad. Natsuo rolled his eyes. It's a bonus, I won't lie. Toya nodded before shooting a knowing smirk at Hawks, the secret Endeavor fanboy. He'll be sharing those stories with the blonde. Natsuo, on the other hand, had established his agency some time ago, an upper floor in a building close to the Endeavor agency, but he'd be off in the mountains soon to meet with rangers and first responders to help with the aftermath of skiing season. He'd been traveling around Japan a lot in between November and May to get to know every mountain and popular sightseeing location better, as well as reinforcing contacts with the local authorities in emergencies. What a shot! Hawks whistled at the photo of Mount Fuji basking in the colours of the sunset. I saw in the news you've already done quite a few rescues. Yeah, but nothing dramatic like a sea rescue. Natsuo chuckled, putting his phone back on the table. It's mostly elderly couples getting lost or tourists underestimating the trek. Just a question of reorientating them and a water bottle. Give yourself more credit. That's the difference between a minor mishap and a trip to the hospital. Hawks played Toya's words back to the freshly graduated hero. You'll be doing avalanche rescues in no time, I'm sure. UA has 13 as a rescue teacher. I have no doubt she mentored you well. I also got some mentoring for Backdraft during one of my work experience weeks. He works at the fire department here in Musutafu, and they have a strong relationship with the Endeavor agency. The more education I could get from various rescue heroes, the better. It broadens my perspective. Natsuo explained, a little bit of that nerd-like passion peeking through. But Todoroki are also fiery. Hawks finds it endearing. Actually, what hero school did you go to, Hawks? I didn't go to one. The blonde took a gulp of his beer, feeling more confident with Toya drinking beside him too. I had private education. That's possible? Natsuo raised an eyebrow, confused. That's government talk for specialized training, Toya elaborated before chugging the last of his beer. Hawks couldn't help but stare at him in bewilderment. Government talk, he called it. What? I've studied this stuff. Quirk history and politics is the name of the game. And what is the game? Blonde hair fell messily around Hawks' face now that he'd taken his glasses and headphones off, red earrings shining in the cozy glow of the izakaya's indoor lighting. Hero Society, Toya shrugged with a glance at the menu. Any society. You choose a role and you commit to your part. Or rather, you do what you can with what you have, which isn't always by choice. Hawks looked at Natsuo with raised eyebrows, but the youngest man in the room just rolled his eyes. This clearly wasn't the first time he heard that sort of thing from his older brother. I'm gonna order sake. Do I get 1 cup or 2? He looks at the number 3 hero, blue eyes observing golden ochre orbs as they looked at the menu. Toya can feel the internal debate. Hawks is a self-assured guy. He knows his role, his duty, and he does it well. But he's not playing a role here. He's just having drinks with friends. A minute but crucial detail that makes all the difference to someone with a trained sense of self. Socializing for fun rather than with intention requires an alternative set of skills, namely small talk. 2, why not? Hawks leans his cheek on his hand, smiling at Toya. You said you were paying, after all. Cheeky, Toya snorts, but orders anyway. Natsuo watches his brother and the number 3 hero burning their brain cells away in real time. 1 bottle of sake becomes 2, then the snacks have all been eaten, and it's a second round of beers. Natsuo is nursing his tea and non-alcoholic soft drink with an unimpressed expression as Toya and Hawks' words started slurring and every sentence ran into each other like clumsy toddlers. Worst of all, they just kept talking about Endeavor. All I'm saying is, Endeavor is the most efficient, yes, that most efficient hero ever, not just Japan. Toya was leaning forward so much his head was nearly slamming against the table. His cheeks were bright red and his white hair a mess from where he kept brushing his fingers through it, occasionally tugging. Better than All Might. Hawks' lack of a reply was partially due to him slowly slipping from where his face was resting on his hand to almost smack against the table in turn. His wings were haphazardly spread behind him, one slumping against the table and the other trailing on the floor. It helped that they were on zabuton seats because Natsuo was not in the mood of playing catch the drunk man if they were in chairs. Endeavor cool. He's not cold, he's the opposite, hot. Toya jabbed a finger in Hawks' face, but after going cross-eyed at the finger wiggling in his vision. Like, 'cause he's made of fire and stuff. Yeah. Natsuo mumbled an "oh my god" under his breath, already going through the motions the message said made of fire and stuff, man. It was late for the likes of these 3, past midnight. Not because Toya went to bed any earlier, but because normally everybody was home by 11 at the latest. He didn't know Hawks' habits, but from his loopy state, it was clear the winged hero didn't go out drinking much. You are so not chatty, Toya whined, his muscles giving up as he rested his face on the table. You industry plant. Not, Hawks drawled out, clumsily going in for another sip of beer, glass almost completely empty. Not that. R2. Not. R2. Stop it. Natsuo groaned at Hawks and Toya starting to square up to each other, looking like a drunken version of a cat and bird circling to fight. And quit drinking, bunch of lightweights. Meanie, Toya whined, stretching his whole body out onto the table like a toddler fighting sleep. You just don't get us. I get that you're 2 drunk Endeavor fans and that I have to babysit you. Natsuo raised an eyebrow at his pouting older brother. Stop antagonizing Hawks. He's come out all this way to hang out with us, and you're just projecting your crackhead theories onto him. That was too many words for either of the older young men, and they just stared at him like he was speaking an alien language. Whatever, I'm getting Dad to pick us up. You keep talking about your Endeavor plushies. Like he was one to talk of his Gang Orca plushie waiting for him at home. But then again, his side of the room had some diversity to it with more than just Gang Orca. Same couldn't be said to the admittedly terrifying Endeavor collection that infected Toya's half of the room. You be nice about plush, Endeavor, Toya hissed like Harusame did when he saw himself in the mirror. Don't give it a name, Natsuo groaned, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Hawks was strangely quiet when drunk, but his feathers were continuously twitching, like they were sensing every movement in the building. That has got to be exhausting. Best he gets Endeavor to come get them quick to the silence of their house. Hawks, how long have you been an Endeavor fan? The winged hero doesn't answer for a long moment, the words sloshing around his brain like ice cubes bouncing in water. Natsuo takes his time to text his father. He should just be patrolling. He's online within the second of Natsuo's text being sent through. Good. Baby home soon. Since I was a kid. Hawks' reply catches both the sober and drunken brother's attention. All night, they hadn't gotten a peep out of Hawks about his private life, only what he was currently up to, something Fuyumi let accidentally slip that she worried about the man her age. Him referring to when he was a child was brand new. Had him since I was a kid. Old design, so off price. Hawks had the same one Toya had been gifted when he was 1 year old, but by the time he'd gotten his, Hawks's was an old version. That's all his mother had been able to afford. The new versions were too expensive, and the shop had been getting rid of old stock. She'd gotten it for him just to shut him up, but it had changed his life. Toya and Natsuo couldn't know all that, but from that slurred string of words that could hardly be called a sentence, they understood enough. Hawks' parents hadn't been particularly well off. You still have it? Natsuo asked, but carefully. He didn't want to take advantage of Hawks' alcoholized mind to make him talk about his past or anything. Only thing I have. The low chuckle was genuine, but in its slurred state, it sounded cynical. Hawks isn't a cynical guy, so neither Todoroki took it that way. Only thing I know for sure is mine. Ooh, okay, that sure was a sentence that Natsuo had no desire to delve into considering the empty sake cups and beer glasses. Endeavor said he was on his way, and while he couldn't come fast enough to save his middle son from the accidentally awkward situation he'd made, Natsuo also pondered if bringing the real-life Endeavor into the mix was such a good idea. Natsuo sent a warning text just in case. Chapter 76. Illuminating. If the pulsating headache wasn't enough to wake him up, face planting into the floor sure did the job. Hawks groaned long and low as he lay face down on where he'd slipped off the couch, his feathers a messed up jumble where they were still attached to his wings, the others fluttering around him with no control. He always had control, and the numbed sensation he had right now to his feathers was weird. This is how cats must feel when they get their whiskers accidentally cut by a toddler. Squinting eyes didn't save him from the harsh brightness of the dark room, and the throbbing sensation in his head made him wish someone would knock him out. Where even was he? Last he remembered, he was out with Toya and Natsuo having drinks. Never again. Next time, he'll have sparkling water. Oddly enough, though, he didn't feel nauseous. A rumbling in his stomach told him the opposite. He's hungry, but he couldn't be bothered to move with his arms feeling like lead. Soft footsteps approached whichever room he was in, but from his position face down on the floor with numbed feathers, all he could do was lay there when the sliding door opened. He only knew a handful of places with doors like that, and none of them were hotels. This had to be the Todoroki household. A soft meowing and patter of light paws approaching him reinforced that theory, before Hawks spluttered at Harusame rubbing his furry body all over Hawks' face while the cat purred contently at the disorientated guest. Oh dear, Hawks, are you alright? Somewhere at the back of his mind, Hawks was grateful it wasn't Endeavor. But then embarrassment settled in as he realized the voice was Fumi's. "Hawks?" All Fumi got back was a muffled, "Good morning." "Hawks, it's early afternoon." That snapped Hawks out of his hungover delirium. "Afternoon?" he wheezed out as he jolted his head up, but stopped, suddenly aware of just how close Fumi was. She was crouching in front of him, sweet concern in her blue eyes as she smiled at him. "Wow." "What?" "Your eyes are really sparkly up close," is what Hawks's brain replied in his hazy confusion. "I've never overslept that late," is what Hawks actually said. He'd never overslept, never once. This was a novelty. "I have to contact my agency. I had missions." "Dad already did. You've got today off." Fumi smiled, petting Harusame as the cat meowed for attention. "Your sidekick sounded pretty happy about it, actually. I'm guessing you don't take many days off." It wasn't exactly an accusation, but it towed the line of polite conversation and suspicious observation. Hawks had nothing to say in reply. But his stomach did. His face went a deep red as it once again gurgled in hungry complaint. Fumi bit the inside of her cheek to not laugh. "I made food, if you want." "I shouldn't. I've been a bother enough." "You've bothered no one. Don't be silly." Fumi brushed off gently before extending a hand to him. "I made oyakodon." And didn't that sound absolutely perfect? There was no way Hawks could say no in his state, his willpower nothing but a shriveled up prune as of now. He accepted Fumi's help and she pulled the staggering man up, the two doing a little wobbly dance as the number 3 hero found his footing. A poor attempt at recalling his feathers was made, but all they did was shuffle lamely on the ground. "That's just embarrassing," he muttered under his breath. Fumi didn't seem to think so, instead looking pretty amused by it, yet made no comment as she helped Hawks to the kitchen, where the delicious smell of chicken was wafting around the hall. Harusame was right at the duo's heels, seeing this as an opportunity to get a well-deserved snack for being the best cat ever. "Do you want coffee?" Fumi offered once Hawks was sitting at the kitchen table, looking a right mess with his wings and hair sticking in every direction, his forehead a little red from when he'd smacked onto the living room floor. He gave a slow, heavy nod, barely registering the words. Seeing the usually energetic blonde in such a state was honestly endearing to Fumi. She couldn't explain it. "How do you take it?" "Lots of milk," he muttered, before groaning as his temples pulsated, the pain behind his eyes intensifying to the point he had to lean his elbows on the table and rub his palms over them. "I'm never drinking again." A soft click in front of him made him squeeze open his eyes to see a glass of water placed on the table. "Thank you." He didn't hesitate to drink it. Natsuo's out with Dad for hero work today. Mum, Grandpa, and Shoto are out grocery shopping, and Toya is still passed out in the spare bedroom. Dad babysat him all night. Fumi giggled as she fussed over food and drink for her guest. Hawks couldn't help the chuckle that left him. "I'm sorry a night out with my brothers put you in this state. Toya has no sense of self-restraint." "I should have known better," Hawks laughed softly. "It was fun, from what I remember." He didn't remember much after the second round of sake. "I'm sorry Natsuo had to carry us both." "Natsuo didn't..." Fumi stopped herself, biting both her lips as she stared at Hawks with wide eyes. "I mean, yeah, it's fine. Natsuo's strong enough to carry you both." He might be experiencing his first hangover, but Hawks isn't dense. Golden eyes lift to meet blues in almost nervous curiosity. "What happened?" The question made Fumi open her mouth and look to the side, nothing coming out for a moment. The sight of her father carrying a passed-out Hawks and a Toya with arms latched around his neck, slurred nonsense rambling out of his constantly moving mouth, sure was something to experience after midnight. Natsuo looked like he was ready to crash as he dragged himself into the building. "Is Hawks okay?" Fumi had asked. Hawks was dead to the world, carried over his idol's shoulder like a bag of very light potatoes. Baby potatoes. He saw Dad come in, choked on his drink, and passed out. Natsuo offered unenthusiastically as he disappeared to go sleep. "Huh." Fumi had followed Enji into the living room, where the older man was carefully placing the blonde on the large couch that could easily be used as a bed to the hero with a smaller frame, and dragged the blanket on the armchair to cover Hawks with it. "He doesn't look like he's going to wake up anytime soon." I'm going to call his agency to give him a day off. Enji made sure Hawks was lying on his side. He didn't look or had made any signs like he was going to throw up, but better safe than sorry. Toya, on the other hand, was a different story. Good thing it's the holidays, otherwise Toya would have to miss class. Fumi snickered at her brother's eyes rolling in their sockets, blues following something nobody could see. He kept rambling on about birds of a feather and industry implant, whatever those meant. We'll sleep in the spare room. I don't want to bother Natsu or your mother with whatever. Bird is a government spy, Toya blurted out before promptly passing out on his father's shoulder. Whatever that is, Enji finished. You should head to bed too, Ice Cube. Back to the present, Fumi drawled out a long vowel as she thought of an answer that wouldn't put Hawks into a state of spiraling embarrassment. She wasn't sure how he'd react to Endeavor, who the family was all catching on to that he was a huge fan of, having seen him drunk and carrying him home. You didn't throw up on anyone? Fumi offered meekly in the form of a question, sheepish smile on her face not being of particular reassurance to Hawks. His red wings drooped. Endeavor had been the one to carry him. Fumi caught it immediately. He doesn't think any less of you. Not any better, either. Don't blame him. Hawks chuckled, resting the side of his head on the table. I doubt the number 3 hero being drunk is a good impression on anyone. He was smiling, and yet there was that sadness again. Fumi didn't know how else to describe it. Nothing about Hawks right now was sad or depressed. He was hungover, but otherwise could be described as being in good spirits. But he just looked so sad. Fumi didn't know what to say, or how to even bring it up. Natsu had been unwilling to share what conversations he, Toya, and Hawks had had, not wanting to share something that clearly weighed on his mind. Hawks had made it passively clear in his continuous avoiding of answering her questions that he was rather reserved about his past. Fumi didn't want to push it if he didn't want to share, but she wished he would. It's not the first time she dealt with the sorts. Toya had been like that before the accident, and Fumi often dealt with kids that shut down when asked to explain what was wrong. Often it was because they didn't know how to express themselves and what words to use to explain their feelings. But that's not the case with Hawks. Clearly not. He's not like her father, or any of her brothers, nor the kids she taught, or their parents. Here, she said instead, placing a bowl of oyakodon in front of the exhausted winged man, as well as a milky coffee. Food will make you feel better. Nothing worse than an empty stomach. Hawks, being the foodie he was, full-heartedly agreed. Being stabbed in the arm is pretty bad, but it's worse on an empty stomach. And as bad as he felt for all the trouble he was putting the woman and her family through, the food looked really, really good. And he was hungry. All he had left in his system was the ghost remnants of the previous evening's alcohol and wasabi peas. With a soft thanks for the meal, Hawk started eating the homemade meal. He can't remember if he ever had such a thing. His mother certainly never cooked. Couldn't exactly do that in the shack his parents had decided to call home, and the food the Hero Commission made him was the definition of healthy nutrition you'd find at a corporate canteen. Not much more than that. It wasn't comforting or made with love, and it probably explained why Hawks liked to eat out so much. He could eat that on the go. He didn't have much time to sit down at a table to eat, and the few times he did, it was still at a restaurant, not at his flat. He'd never cooked for himself despite knowing the basics of how to do all that. Boiling water, chopping, following instructions. Warmth filled his senses at the first bite of Fumi's cooking, the chicken and egg mixture melting in his mouth with the delicately cooked grains of rice, clearing his head and sinus almost instantly with the perfectly balanced seasoning. If food was a hug, this is what it had to be like. So this is homemade comfort food. The words left him before he realized he was speaking them, the remaining effects of the alcohol still lingering in his blood. Fumi, in front of him, stopped mid-tea sip to stare at the man from over her lifted mug. Hawks's wings bristled. I don't cook for myself much. At all, he tried to justify himself with a sheepish grin. It was hard to decipher those gold eyes, holding so many secrets that were guarded behind lock and key for reasons unknown to Fumi. What could she or her family do for him to be willing to lower his raised wings and stop gatekeeping himself from them? She couldn't think of anything. "Does that mean you like it?" she asked sweetly, bordering on shy. There was no point in thinking. She should just live in the moment with the blonde, while he's not acting all professional and enjoying the one thing Fuyumi knew he liked. "A lot," Hawks answered, and it felt like the most honest thing she'd ever heard him say. "You're a great cook." "Learned from the best. Mum, Dad, and Grandpa always cooked for us growing up. The boys are terrible, though. You can't imagine the fire hazard they've caused. Those cremated chicken pieces would never leave her mind." "You enjoy food. It's funny you don't like cooking." "It's not that. I don't have the time to cook for myself." Hawks was halfway through the bowl already, mixing the chicken, egg, and rice together further to enjoy the intensifying flavor even more. "Hero work keeps me busy and on the go." "Am I allowed to assume there's nobody at home waiting for you, then?" The hero choked on his rice and coughed. It's not the first time he'd been asked about a potential special someone. Gossip magazines and his fans alike were always asking about his relationship status, if he had a girlfriend or not. Nothing that bothered him. He knew it was natural for people to be curious. They'd been curious about Endeavor's mysterious girlfriend 20 years ago. They'd be curious about Hawks' non-existent girlfriend in present times. But having Fuyumi ask him took the man by surprise, and his eyes watered as he coughed through the self-made choking hazard. Blinking rapidly, he looked at Fuyumi, and all he could gather was mild concern at his reaction, but nothing else. It's harmless small talk. She's just asking. Does it really make a difference if he lied or not? "It's just me," he said truthfully. "A man living alone should know how to cook for himself," Fuyumi hummed as she closed her eyes in thought, tapping her chin before her eyes flew open and she grinned at her guest. "Why don't I send you some recipes? Things I know you'll enjoy. You can always ask Anchor if you're stuck on something. I'm sure she'd love to help." Everything about that was against what Hawks had been raised to do by the Hero Commission. He needed to focus on his duties as a hero, as the number 3 hero, as the Commission's personal soldier. Learning how to cook wasn't on the list, not when he could just buy food from his and Fuyumi's shared mutual friend. But Fuyumi looked so excited at her own idea, cheeks turning pink as she already started making a mental list of all the recipes she could personalize for Hawks, but the last thing the blonde wanted to do was reject it. "No promises I'll do a good job," he laughed, one hand holding the warm bowl of his nearly finished meal. "But I'd like that." The happy smile on the woman's face was worth the risk. Was it a risk? It felt like a risk, but Hawks couldn't pinpoint why. "Do you want seconds? There's plenty left." Fuyumi pointed to his now very empty bowl. He was still hungry, and that had been the best meal he'd ever eaten. "If you're offering and still willing to tolerate my presence, yes please." It was half a joke, half an apology, but Fuyumi took it as a former and laughed at his words as she took his bowl to refill it. She's cute in that apron. Hawks couldn't stop his brain from putting those thoughts in his head, and he felt warm in his chest as Fuyumi teased Harusame with a piece of chicken when the cat jumped on the counter, giggling at the white creature swiping for the chicken before giving it to him with a scratch behind the ears. Mundanity isn't so bad, especially not when he's spending it with such lovely company. Hawks made it a point to disappear before Endeavor came home. As much as he wanted to see the big guy he looked up to since he was a little kid, he'd rather have his head screwed on right and not still recovering from a hangover. "Text me when you get home," Fuyumi had asked him, waving him off from her abode's front door. "Will do. Thanks for the food, princess." It felt cruel to have to return to his bland flat, cold and bare in comparison to the fully lived-in, comfortable home that was the Todoroki abode, full of dark wood, cozy carpets, and beautiful flowers, not to mention the air smelling of delicious homemade food. But to his tiny apartment he ended up in, desiring nothing more than to shower and faceplant into bed, right next to his childhood Endeavor plushie. Through the sleepy grogginess that was slowly creeping over his mind, Hawks managed to send a "made it home safe" to Fuyumi before burying his face into his pillow and letting all 6 of his limbs stretch out over the bed, his feathers jittering in relief at not being on standby anymore. In the morning, he'd wake up to a heart emoji and copy of her oyakodon recipe. Chapter 77. Zealous. "Uncle Toshi!" Shoto exclaimed happily at seeing the skinny man at his doorstep when he opened the door, immediately going in for a hug. "It's been a while. Are you staying for dinner? Do you want to play video games?" Toshinori grinned goofily, his scrawny frame making it easy for Shota to hug him, but his height still as imposing as ever. Hey there, young peppermint. It has been a bit. Yes, I am, and yes, I'd love to. Shota always beat him in video games, an easy feat considering his less than tech-savvy nature with that sort of technology. If it wasn't pro-hero related, he was a man lost at sea with all that. And stepped into the house. Are the rest home? Yeah, Dad just got back a bit ago. Shota let go of his uncle and guided him to the living room, where Toya was lying face down on the couch like a sickly Victorian child, Enji preparing some tea concoction to try and alleviate his headache. Toya's dying, by the way. What happened? Toshinori asked with concern, smiling to Enji, who waved at him from his kneeling position by the coffee table. He went out drinking with Hawks and Natsu after the graduation ceremony. Turns out, a mix of beer and sake on a practically empty stomach plays a mean number on this one. Enji replied, poking Toya's cheek, which earned him a high-pitched whine. After Natsu's graduation? That was 2 days ago. Toshinori didn't drink anymore because of his injury, but even before he wasn't a massive drinker, only on occasion with Enji and Harrow. While he might not have experienced an intense hangover, it seemed a bit extreme for it to last longer than the day following the night out. Being a bit dramatic, don't you think? Do not minimize my suffering, came the weak rebuttal from the oldest Todoroki child, a shaky, accusatory finger pointed at his uncle. I will not be slandered in my own home. His father rolled his eyes at his son's dramatic theatrics. There's the flu, the man flu, and then there's the Toya flu. Ray entered the living room at hearing Toshinori's voice from the kitchen. Et tu, mother? Toya's muffled voice sounded like he was the victim of a grandiose betrayal at the end of a tragic movie, not matching the vibe of his oversized Endeavor hoodie he was currently finding comfort in. Toshinori, welcome! Toya was promptly ignored by the matriarch, giving her husband's honorary brother a kiss on the cheek in greeting. What can I get you before dinner? Water, tea, coffee, juice? I made soup, so that should be easy on your injury. Tea would be lovely, thank you, Ray. Toshinori smiled, touched that his technical sister-in-law was being so considerate towards his current weakened state. I also come with some news for everyone. Would it be best to announce before, during, or after dinner? Might as well now, then we can discuss it over food. I'll round up the others. Ray patted him on the upper arm, leaving him with a curious Shoto who was repeatedly poking a whining toy on the back of his fluffy head, Enji not even attempting to make his youngest stop. Enji knew what this was about. He was the only one who did. Once everybody was settled into the living room, Toy begrudgingly sitting up properly to give space for his siblings on the couch. To his credit, he did look like death. Toshinori cleared his throat. Starting with the important news, he began, before his body expanded into his huge muscular form and pointed dramatically at Shoto, whose eyes were sparkling at his favorite hero being once again in his living room. Unlike Harusame, who hissed loudly at the sudden hunk of muscle appearing and scampered away. Shoto Todoroki, you passed with flying colours. You'll be attending UA starting this school year. Congratulations! Of course Shoto got into UA. There was never a doubt in anybody's mind. But to have All Might himself, uncle or not, come into his home and personally announce it, that added a layer of excitement to the news. Shoto, well done! Fumi cheered, hugging her baby brother as Natsu reached over his sister and Toya to ruffle his hair, the latter whining about being squished. Harrow, Ray, and Enji all smiled at the pink-cheeked youngest being praised, proud of his achievement. And also, with a wet cough, Toshinori returned to his skinny form, no blood dripping down his mouth, but having a hand covering it out of habit. I'm going to be teaching at UA too. You're going to be my teacher? Shoto exclaimed, Toya snickering at the stronger reaction to that news rather than the previous. The hypocrite Toya is. Toshinori nodded at the boy's excitement, forever endeared at his nephew's sparkly, mismatched eyes. All Might will be teaching foundational hero studies, which is mainly for the first years. We'll be seeing a lot of each other, young peppermint. The tall blonde explained, to which Shoto only looked happy at hearing. It's why he didn't have time to tell Midoriya personally about passing too and getting into UA. He was sure the freckled boy was in a waterfall of tears. He had a lot of paperwork to go through between being a teacher at UA and also the symbol of peace. But he needed to make special time to visit his family and make this proper announcement, Because speaking of young Midoriya, I also have found a successor. The room stilled. Haru straightened his back with raised eyebrows, and realization hit him, glaring accusingly at his grown adult son. You knew. With the way Enji side-eyed his own father without turning to face him, that was all Haru needed to know his sons had been keeping something as big as this from him. Who told you? Sir Night-Eye, Enji the snitch admitted, thinking a silent prayer for the named hero who he was sure Haru was going to give an earful to. Nobody else knows. You didn't tell Gran Torino? Rei was aghast and shot her own accusing scowl at Toshinori for not telling the other honorary grandfather of the family such big news. Enji already yelled at me about it, Toshinori said hurriedly, like he was throwing a hot potato to his younger brother, casting all the blame onto him for something he didn't do. Blue eyes glared at him, the redhead not happy at the pointed finger in his face. If he was Shoto, he'd bite it. In our defense, he reacted the way we thought, Enji said flatly. Oh, give it a break, Toya drawled out his whine. This family hides stuff all the time. Whatever, at least it hasn't set the couch on fire. He had a headache, felt groggy, and was tired. Also annoyed that Harusame was still hiding somewhere because of All Might's sudden appearance and not cuddling with him instead. Who's a successor then? A pro we know? He's going to be in Shoto's class. You chose a middle schooler? Toy the hypocrite exploded. Harusame, who had been sneaking back into the room, jumped and bolted out of it again. What the hell, Uncle Toshi? Enji already yelled at me, Toshinori reiterated defensively, arms raised as if awaiting hellfire to start raining down on him. Natsu and Fuyumi watched with unimpressed, flat expressions as the other family members stewed in their heated emotions. All except for Shoto, the cog slowly turning in his brain. It clicked. We have a cousin. His voice was firm enough to make everybody look at him in confusion, sounding like he'd made a life-changing decision. Toshinori is their honorary uncle, and if his teacher, Grandpa Torino, was an honorary grandfather, then that made his uncle's successor the honorary cousin. It made perfect sense. Shoto was over the moon, slightly bouncing in his seat. What's his name? It was too sweet and endearing for anybody to stay bitter about the news of a successor. Izuku Midoriya, Toshinori smiled. The fondness in his tone was instantly noticed by Haru. He's a good kid, hard-working, smart. Crybaby, he added with a chuckle. I think you two will get along. Shoto would make sure they get along. Assuming Tenya had gotten into UA too, he was sure they'd hear the news tomorrow. Shoto would already have 2 whole friends at the beginning of the school year, and only one of them slightly munched on. And finally, a chorus of groans emitted from the family as Toshinori still had one thing to announce, but he was merely pulling a letter out of his inner jacket pocket. Toya, this is from Recovery Girl. The latter was promptly snatched out of his hand and the envelope ripped to shreds. I'm getting work experience at UA! He punched the air victoriously, practically slapping the piece of paper in his father's face to proudly show off Recovery Girl's invite to come work alongside her some days of the week. What a rollercoaster of emotions. Haru couldn't help but chuckle as another round of praises and congratulations were thrown at Toya and Shoto, all excited for this new chapter in life. Even throughout dinner, they all excitedly chatted about all the things they were going to get up to. With Natsu traveling throughout Japan to help in various locations, Fuyumi teaching, Toya bouncing around Musutafufu's final year of studies, and Shoto in UA, there would hardly be anyone left in the house. Rei was proud, but still a little morose at that fact. Shoto. Enji brought the boy to his side as they did the dishes after dinner. Shoto looked up at his father with curious, excited eyes. This boy, Midoriya, he's going to need all the support and help he can get. One for all, it's no small secret. I know, Shoto nodded, smiling to his father sweetly. I already plan on it. He's a cousin after all. Rei couldn't help it. She had tears in her eyes again as she watched Shoto fiddle with his shoes. Dressed in that same UA uniform, bag by his side and looking so grown up, it really felt like all her babies were fully leaving the nest, even though she knew Shoto would be coming home that evening. He'd finally gotten his phone, with an All Might case and little charm hanging from it, and that in itself was enough for Rei to know her youngest was grown. Still a child, but not little anymore. Shoto. she said tenderly as the boy stood with his bag over his shoulder. He blinked at her, waiting for his mother he adored so much to say something. But she didn't, just looked at him with a soft smile. It reached her eyes. He knew she was proud of him, but he could still notice a bittersweet emotion in them. Gentle hands reached out to cup his face, and his mother kissed his fireside's cheek softly, just below his blue eye. Have a good day at school, Peppermint. Shota smiled at her, eyes soft with love for his mother. I'll text you at lunchtime, he reassured, and kissed his mum on the cheek too with a small hug, before leaving the now completely empty house, save for Harusame. Toya was leaning against his white Nissan, waiting for Shoto so he could drive them both to UA. You promised Mom to get us safely to school, Shoto reminded Toya. His brother harumphed with an offended tone. I'll drive us off a bridge, he threatened, but it just made Shoto roll his eyes. They both waved to their mother, who stood at the front door as Toya pulled out onto the road and started the commute to the school. You nervous? No. Shoto was excited. He couldn't wait to get started. Tenya's going to be there too, and I want to meet Midoriya. I bet he's a huge nerd, Toya cackled, blue eyes never leaving the road as he drove. Do you know what he looks like? Shoto nodded, looking at the picture on his phone that his uncle sent. A curly mess of green hair, green eyes, and a freckly face. Quite plain looking. And short. And a blushing, frantic mess, tripping over his own words as he tried to greet Shoto and Toya back. Also, he's short. Like, short. And a nerd. Also short, and skinny, and short. All Shoto did was call out to the green-haired boy when they saw him walking towards UA. A simple, hey, from the gates was all it took to make the boy jump out of his skin and start frantically mumbling, gripping onto the straps of his backpack as he recognized who Shoto and his brother were. Uncle Toshi sure knows how to pick them out, huh? I'm Izuku Midoriya! Izuku exclaimed with such a low bow Toya thought his head was going to smack against the floor. I know, Shoto said flatly, head tilted at the boy's odd mannerisms. Sure, his mother had taught him the polite way of bowing and greeting, but this seemed a bit much. Just like everything his own family did. Always a bit much. Shoto smiled. He likes Izuku. I'm Shoto Todoroki. He extended his hand when Izuku looked at him with big green eyes, confused at his words. I know. I mean, nice to meet you. How do you know who I am? Izuku fumbled as he shakily took Shoto's hand with his own damp one, nerves spiking as he felt the strange coldness of Shoto's right hand. Relax, buddy, Toya cackled. If Shoto was shorter, he'd lean on his shoulder with his elbow, but unfortunately for him, Shoto was now the same height as Toya, much to the eldest disgrace. Instead, he had his hands in his pockets. All Might is basically our uncle. He told the family everything. Everything, Izuku muttered before startling himself with the realization. The family? That means, yep, Endeavor and Frostbite know. Toya grinned, catching the telltale glint in the boy's eyes. You're not a hero nerd by any chance. Izuku's face went several shades of red. Told you. Still holding Shoto's hand, Izuku's embarrassment rose and rose until his face was a bright red tomato that Shoto was sure was going to burst at any point. This rivaled even Toya's levels of nerdism. Goodness. Since we're in the same class and you're All Might's successor, let's be friends, Shoto smiled to Izuku. The latter snapping out of his state to look at him with bewilderment, and dare Shoto believe, relief. It's easier to start new things with friends than alone, no? Please! Thank you! Yes! And now the boy's eyes were tearing up. Wow, Uncle Toshi wasn't kidding. He really is a crybaby. Toya relates. Come on, let's get you two to Class 1A. Don't want to be late on your first day. He cackled, already fond of this strange little guy. He really was little. Clearly a teen of Shoto's age, but with big innocent eyes that awed at everything he saw, be it the long hallways, the tall ceiling, the huge windows. Everything was a marvel for the freckled face that supposedly held one for all. Physically, he's the opposite of All Might. The door's huge! Izuku gaped when the trio stood in front of Class 1A's room, tilting his head back to get the full view of the entrance 4 times his height. It's for accessibility, Toya explained with an amused smile to the teen, the latter snapping his head to look at him with interest. Since we get all sorts of students here, the doors have to fit all sorts of shapes and sizes too. Alright, I've got to see Recovery Girl. Stay out of trouble, you two. I'm sure you won't. Toya ruffled Shoto's hair as he passed by him, waving at the teens as he left. Your brother is so cool. Izuku bounced on the spot, twinkle in his eyes. He'd seen the entire Todoroki family on the news before during Frostbite's first sports festival. A quirk-specializing doctor. He must know so much. Do you think he'll mind if I ask him questions? The excited smile was infectious, and Shoto returned it with his own. He'll love you for it. Quirks is all he ever talks about. And endeavor. Shoto smiled, before looking at the door that would be their classroom. Are you nervous? The audible gulp coming from Izuku told him he was. Just a bit. It's okay. I have another friend in the class. He's really nice. I'm sure he'll want to be friends with you too. Relief entered Izuku's expression as Shoto reached for the door. His heart was palpitating with nerves, anticipation, anxiety, and excitement. It's calming to have someone as steady and soft-spoken as Shoto to aid him on his first day of school. At least he'd have one not terrifying classmate. I'm glad. I met a scary guy at the entrance exam, so I... Don't put your feet on the desk! Izuku squeaked in surprised fear at the familiar voice. That was the scary guy. Shoto merely blinked at his childhood friend, trying to see what had riled him up. Some blonde kid with his feet on the table that merely drawled out a disinterested response to Tenya's complaint. Yeah, that would do it. Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made the desk? No, Shoto doesn't think Natsu would care if someone put their feet on his old desk. Nope. What junior high did you go to, you side character? The blonde's tone was pretty rude, and Shoto didn't appreciate him speaking that way to his friend. Ka-chan, he heard Izuku mutter out in exasperation. You know the blonde? Shoto asked, this Ka-chan and Tenya's bickering fading into the background as he turned his attention to his new freckled friend. We're childhood friends, Izuku elaborated. Oh, well, our childhood friends are currently arguing. That's kind of funny. He and Izuku were getting along great, and those two were already butting heads on the first day. There was a joke somewhere there, but Shoto didn't have enough of a funny bone to make it. Izuku seemed a bit wary again, nervous to step into the class. Shoto smiled and placed a reassuring hand on the teen's shoulder. It's okay. Tenya can be a bit intense, but he's really friendly. Izuku looked like he'd been sent his personal guardian angel. Which, in a way, he kind of had, by all might and endeavor. Shoto intended on looking out for who he decided was his honorary cousin and make his time at UA as productive as possible. Tenya, good morning. Shoto calling out to his childhood friend made the tall teen snap out of his scorning of the loud blonde, eyes landing on Shoto and that kid he'd met at the entrance exam. Good morning, he said, like a drill sergeant. Of course, that got the entire class's attention, and now all eyes were on Shoto and Izuku in the doorway, the latter the incarnation of fleas in a bag with how his nerves spiked. You! Tenya, this is Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya, this is my childhood best friend, Tenya Ida. Shoto introduced the two like the cool cucumber he is, unbothered and Shoto introduced the two like the cool cucumber he was, unbothered and unfazed by the eyes on him. Nice to meet you, Ida. Izuku offered with some shakiness in his voice. Midoriya, you realized there was something more to the practical exam, didn't you? I had no idea. I misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but you are better than me. Shoto blinked, looking between Tenya and Izuku blankly. What on earth had happened during the entrance exam? Then again, Izuku looked just as baffled, and Tenya had a tendency for the dramatic. The green-eyed boy glanced to Shoto for guidance, only getting an amused smile and a shrug. Tenya's just like that. Roll with it. Izuku relaxed. Oh, that curly hair! You're the plain-looking one! A girl's cheery voice chimed brightly, and now Izuku's face was bright pink like a cherry. Seriously, what happened at the regular entrance exam? Shoto missed out. As Izuku talked to the brunette girl he was hiding from behind his arms, Shoto smiled at Tenya before glancing at the rest of the class. A wide array of different shapes, colors, and sizes, just as he'd expect from UA. They all seemed nice, chatting among each other at various seats, some more serious than others, but he didn't get a bad vibe from anybody. Not even the crowhead guy. He looked cool, actually. There was an empty seat behind him. Shoto wondered if that could be his. There was a big guy on the right of the empty seat, and a girl with long black hair tied in a ponytail on the left. She made eye contact with Shoto, and on instinct the boy smiled at her. Her cheeks turned a little pink, taken aback, but bowed her head a little in a distant, silent greeting and smiled back. She seems really nice. Shoto hopes that seat next to her is his. Mismatching eyes make contact with scowling red ones. Izuku's childhood friend, Kachan. He didn't know his name yet, but already Shoto could tell this bull-headed blonde was going to stick out from the group. Not because of his looks, but because of his personality and the general vibe emitting from him. He seemed angry and unsettled. Shoto wasn't sure he was fond of it. I wonder what our teacher's like. The bubbly brunette excitedly spoke to a cherry-faced Izuku. That Shoto already knew, or hoped he knew. My brother was taught by him. Shoto started. Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends. All eyes fell onto the cocooned man on the ground, wrapped in a yellow sleeping bag. Shoto had thought it was a person-sized banana at first. Silence stretched between the 4 students in the doorway, staring at the man on the ground as he sucked on a jelly pouch. Good morning, sir, Shoto offered with a polite bow as Tenya, Izuku, and the brunette instantly freaked out at who that person could possibly be. Surely not their teacher. It was their teacher. Not a shock to Shoto, who had heard every story from Natsuo, but it left the rest of the class staggering. When Aizawa pulled out PE uniforms for them to all get into, Shoto already knew what to expect. He smiled. This was going to be interesting. Toy was beside himself as he watched Class 1A at the training ground, frantically writing notes as he observed all the students go about their exercises, noting on what their quirks were, how they used it, as well as any crackhead top-of-his-mind ideas of how they could explore and use them for the future. This was his study for today at UA, upon order from Recovery Girl, to observe the first years and what they're about, what to expect from them. Of course, Recovery Girl knows that Izuku Midoriya is One For All's heir, which is partially why Toya was sent on this little investigation escapade. And man, Aizawa doesn't mess around. Neither do the students, for that matter. They're all creative and bursting with fun personalities. It was so different to general studies. Toya would never say his classmates were boring. Fuyumi's friends were super friendly and he liked them a lot, but they weren't anything like these kids were. Maybe this is a generational thing. He wonders what Natsuo and his father would say, or All Might for that matter, who totally wasn't peeking around the corner of the building and spying on the class, worried for his little successor. You're not being very subtle, uncle, Toya said flatly from his position against the wall, close to the hulking blonde. The bright yellow suit isn't doing nothing for your camouflage. What's your conclusion on their performance? They're all absolutely amazing. Though we have to talk about Midoriya's ball throw. 700 meters. That had been a phenomenal feat. So phenomenal that Bakugo tried to blow his head off. The kid's got issues. A topic for another day. I don't think Dad's gonna like him self-maiming for the sake of using One For All. That hits too close to home. His body is still adapting to using the newfound power. He'll get better over time. All Might explained, but got an unconvinced look from the white-haired boy. Don't tell your father. He's going to find out on his own, Toya huffed. If Midoriya didn't get that shtick of his sorted before the sports festival, his finger-breaking trick was going to be on national TV. Seriously, you're terrible at this, uncle. You should let Dad help more. He paused, then snickered. I bet you heard that one a lot from Sir Naitai, haven't you? A sheepish look on All Might's muscular face was always a funny sight, and he'd done it a lot around Endeavor over the years. Even if Toy was no All Might fan, that didn't mean he wasn't paying any less attention to him, just without the same enthusiasm. Surprisingly, Aizawa didn't do his mass eradication shtick with his class. A relief to the students, Toya was sure, even though Midoriya looked like his heart was about to give out with him having been in last. Looks like they're done, Toya commented, before jogging towards the teacher giving instructions to his students. Eraserhead! Hi, I'm doing work experience with Recovery Girl, and I got some notes for your students. Can I have a quick chat with them all about their quirks? Aizawa stared at the white-haired young man approaching him, of course knowing who he was. Natsuo had spoken endlessly about his family, which included Toya, and nobody who was at Natsuo's first sports festival would ever forget Endeavor and his eldest son yelling at Frostbite to focus. Power Loader also spoke fondly of the young man. Sure. Aizawa stepped to the side. Toya was a doctor in training, and ever since that personality switch quirk incident that Toya had managed to fix, Aizawa has held him in a positive light, just like Natsuo. If he dared to admit it to himself, he hopes Shoto will be the same. Everybody pay attention. All the students were very curious at this strange man practically jumping up and down in excitement at being able to speak to the hero course students. I'm Toyo Todoroki. Nice to meet you, he introduced enthusiastically, a familiar power in his voice. I'm going to be working at UA a lot this year, and you guys are my special pet project. Shoto already knew what that meant. They were his guinea pigs. This was reinforced when Toya shot him a mischievous look. I've been observing your quirks, and I want to give everybody some feedback and have a quick chat about your quirks, weaknesses, and stuff like that. Just a couple sentences. We'll have more time in the future to really get into it. All the kids seemed curious about this, in a good way. We'll go by seat order. Yuga Aoyama. This was a perfect way for Toya to meet everybody one-on-one and get an understanding for their quirks. If these kids were going to be his baby brother and All Might's successors' classmates, Toya wanted to make sure he knew exactly what they were working with. Most of the conversations could be boiled down to, I need to build my tolerance, or I need to be more creative of how to use my quirk, both of which Toya could absolutely help if Aizawa was okay with it. I met your brother Frostbite a bit ago, Eijiro Kirishima said when Toya called his name. Toya instantly narrowed his eyes on the roots of his hair. It was dyed red. He wondered what the reason was for that. He couldn't know it, but he really encouraged me to go for it and join the hero course. Toya was all too delighted to hear that. Good thing you are. You've got one heck of an awesome quirk. The compliment seemed to give Kirishima a little twinkle in his eyes. He already knew Tenya and Shoto's whole shtick, but he still talked to them. Mainly, he stuck his tongue out at Shoto and told him to get better before moving on to Toru Hagakure. Shoto had just rolled his eyes and smiled. He knew the second they were home that Toya would yap his ear off about today. Toya had his eyes on a couple students specifically. Yuga Aoyama, who couldn't use his quirk for more than a second unless his stomach hurt. Denki Kaminari, who fried his own brain if he overused his quirk, which, as funny as it was, Toya worried if that could cause him brain damage. Mezo Shoji, his Theramorph quirk, was fascinating to Toya, and he wanted to learn more about the tall boy. Katsuki Bakugo, the angry time bomb that seemed to have it out for the green-haired boy. Katsuki Bakugo, Toya called out, contently writing up his notes and smiled to the forever scowling blonde. The man wasn't intimidated. He's an Endeavor fan after all. Question, do your explosions affect your hearing at all? Of course they don't. Bakugo snarled at his response, almost sounding offended at the implication it could. Toya hummed, looking at his general demeanor before getting a glint in his blue eyes. Are you a drummer by any chance? Or play any sort of loud musical instrument? Toya leaned into Bakugo's personal space, observing the boy's scowl while taking a peek at his ears. Bakugo stared at him in angry disbelief, trying to figure out if Toya was a stalker or a mind reader. Drummers can often go deaf. I'm thinking that between your quirk and musical skills, you've managed the opposite and actually built a tolerance for loud noise. That, or you're going to be using hearing aids in your 30s, he added with a joking tone, Bakugo's angry eyes only adding to Toya's amusement. Anyway, you're really impressive, Bakugo. You're creative with your quirk, and you seem to have good control of it. Anything you want to add? No. Cool, great talk. Man, this kid was hard to talk to if he didn't want to say anything. It was like trying to convince his father to talk about going to therapy. I'm going to be around a lot, so I look forward to seeing your improvement. Bakugo stepped away from Toya with a grumpy harumph. Next should have been Midoriya, but he skipped over him to go right onto Minoru Mineta and then Momo Yao Yorozu. Great, thanks everybody, Toya chimed, happy to have gotten to know everybody a little better. It wasn't a lot, but at least he could put a face to the name and have something more to work with than a piece of paper and photo. Izuku Midoriya, we'll chat on our way to Recovery Girl. Is that alright, Aizawa? Sure. Aizawa gave a couple more instructions and everybody was sent on their way. Todoroki, Midoriya started, but Toya shoved a finger in his face. Your Todoroki is Shoto. You can call me Toya. He grinned, gaining a flustered, yes, sorry, Toya, with a polite honorific from the freckled face. That method, he pointed at Midoriya's injured finger as they headed to Recovery Girl's office, isn't going to last you very long. Destroying your own body to accommodate a quirk is going to be either your early grave or somebody else's. Early grave? Midoriya panicked at the words used, but didn't argue, looking a little dejected at that as he sighed. I know, I pulled through today, but there's not much more I can do. He looked at his broken finger, an ugly, sickening purple. I'm sure I'll get better, but I need to get better faster to catch up with everybody else. Toya smiled, and like he'd done with Shoto earlier, he ruffled Midoriya's thick bundle of green hair. You'll get there, absolutely. But try and keep that to the minimum. As a soon-to-graduate medical student, I don't want to imagine the long-term damage that's going to have if you're not careful. Izuku made a little squeak at the big brotherly hair ruffle, but didn't fight back, smiling instead at the affection. Alright, we're here. Toya stopped in front of Recovery Girl's office. Pucker up, Buttercup. Huh? Izuku was promptly shoved into the nurse's office, having no idea what to expect. While the freckled boy was experiencing what teenage Toya had had to go through for a few weeks after the accident that Omas gave Shoto a scar, the latter changed back into his school uniform and lingered around the classroom waiting for Tenya so they could walk out of school together. Todoroki, his teacher addressing him in that flat, bored tone made Shoto smile as he turned, back straightened. I taught your brother. I'm not going to treat you differently because of that, but I'm not going to compare you neither. Keep that in mind. Shoto blinked, unsure what to do with that information. I appreciate it. He did. He'd like to be seen as his own person, as much as he loved his family. Thank you for today, Mr. Aizawa. It's good to see you properly again after so many years. Last he met the black-haired man, he'd been at the end of his own first school year, a teenager. You were out with your father, correct? Aizawa mumbled, trying to remember. It had been a while. He was holding an All Might plush. It had been such a minute but contrasting visual that it stuck out in the teacher's brain. He knew All Might and Endeavor were friends, but it was still comedic to see one holding the other's merch. That's right. I remember that day fondly, especially Loud Cloud. Shoto grinned, delighted that his teacher remembered, and for a split second, it's like somebody had their fist around Aizawa's throat. His quirk was really cool. Loud Cloud. He hadn't heard someone else say that name ever since Oboro died. Not even he and President Mike called him that. They didn't talk about him at all, really. It still hurt. He had half a mind to bury his face in his binding cloth he used as a scarf, turn heel and disappear into the teacher's office. But Shoto was looking so genuine, with such a bright smile that shook Aizawa's core with how much it reminded him of his long-gone friend. Yeah, he murmurs, eyes half-lidded. It was. Thankfully, Ida appeared at that moment, saving Aizawa the trouble of having to awkwardly leave or dismiss Shoto. With a final polite bow like his mother had taught, thank you, goodbye, and see you tomorrow, Shoto took his familiar smile with him and he was gone. Aizawa stood there, his hands sweaty in his pockets. He was going to chew Yamada out for not warning him. There he is, Shoto told Ida as he saw Izuku walking out of the school, swaying side to side like he'd just gotten off an intense roller coaster. Midoriya! At his new friend's voice, Izuku perked up and looked to Shoto and Tenya approaching him. How was Recovery Girl? He said knowingly, having heard his father and brothers lament in their own ways the many smooches they had gotten from the woman over the years. His uncle had never complained. As Izuku and Tenya started chatting about the day's events, Shoto could see the shorter boy visibly relax beside his childhood friend, realizing that Tenya isn't scary, merely earnest. He even smiled to him, a nice smile that reaches his eyes. Shoto was delighted. His two friends were getting along. And a new friend joined, Ochako Uraraka, who ran up to them excitedly, properly introducing herself to the boys. After a misunderstanding of Izuku's mocking nickname Deku, Deku sounds like you can do it, Uraraka sweetly said, which quickly switched the meaning for Izuku. The four students walked to the school exit together. Would you rather walk to the station or get a ride there? I could ask my brother what he's doing or call my father's driver if Toya is busy, Shoto offered, digging his phone out of his pocket. Your dad has a chauffeur? Uraraka gawked, which did surprise Shoto a little. He knew it wasn't the norm for everyone, but the way the brunette seemed so taken aback at their luxury made Shoto consider that maybe it was less than the norm. It's so he can go into action without having to worry about crashing a car, Shoto explained patiently with an understanding smile. Being number 2 is very demanding, Tenya agreed with a solemn nod. I'm quite content walking. The station isn't too far. The rest of the group hummed in agreement, happy to spend a little more time in good company to get to know each other. Izuku's eagle eyes caught the All Might charm hanging from Shoto's phone, and by proxy saw his All Might phone case. "Todoroki, you like All Might?" Sparkling green eyes and hopeful tone were the telltale signs of a huge nerd. Toya really had been spot on with him. It's like the eldest Todoroki's true quirk was having a nerd radar. "He's my favorite hero," Shota said honestly, a bit amused that even though Izuku knew All Might had told Shota and his family personally about him inheriting One for All, he still had that hopeful look that maybe Shota shared something in common with him. "What about you?" "Same!" Izuku all but exclaimed, before catching himself as his face turned a deep red. "I mean, I admire him a lot. Do not be bashful about being an All Might fan, Midoriya," Tenya instructed firmly, jabbing a finger in Shoto's face. "Do not be duped by his sweet nature. Shoto Todoroki is a fanatic menace with the biting habit of a teething puppy. You've never seen deranged obsession until you see his All Might collection." Shoto merely smiled dumbly as Tenya slandered him. Is it really slander if it's completely true? "I'm still not as bad as Toya," Shoto whispered a snigger to Uraraka behind Tenya's back. "His Endeavor collection is like a disease infecting the house." Uraraka had no idea what sort of friend group she stumbled her way into, but it was clear that Todoroki's family had money to spare and was spending it on things that made them happy. Good for them! Uraraka hoped she and her family would be able to do that one day too, once she became a successful pro hero. "What's it like growing up in a family of heroes?" Uraraka asked instead, curious about Tenya and Shoto's upbringing. They seemed very different, yet strangely similar to each other, and even though Tenya was speaking about Shoto like he was a rabid raccoon, they were clearly close. All the way to the station, the unlikely group of old and new friends discussed the day, what tomorrow would be like, Shoto and Tenya's families, a little about Uraraka's and Midoriya's. Once they got to the station, they had some time to wait, and Shoto decided to do a kindness and buy everybody a treat. Now that he was in high school and would be out of the house more, his father had agreed to give him an allowance like he'd done for his older siblings. Shoto now understood why Fumi loved treating her brothers and friends to little snacks and drinks. "I can't pay you back," Uraraka said mournfully, which made Shoto raise an eyebrow. "I don't want you to?" he asked in confusion, shoving the cherry mochi packet in the girl's hand, while also offering one to Tenya and Midoriya. "Unless you don't like mochi." "I love mochi," Uraraka said with decisive firmness, like assuming the opposite was sacrilege. "Nice, my dad does too," Shoto offered sweetly, watching the brunette girl munch happily at the sweet treat. He noticed Izuku observing her with a bit of a blush on his face. "His favorite food is kuzumochi." "That's oddly cute," the girl said with a mouthful of cherry mochi. "I would have thought someone as masculine as Endeavor would like steak or protein bars. Right, Deku?" Again, Izuku's face went several shades of red as he nodded frantically. "Your dad's favorite food being a sweet is really cute, Todoroki." Cute. Nobody ever called his father cute. Unless you are Rei Todoroki, who seemed charmed by everything her husband did, or if you are Haro Todoroki reminiscing on mini baby Endeavor. But a grown wall of muscle over 6 foot being called cute for enjoying a sweet treat? Shoto could see it. He's sure Toya would agree. "Guess it kind of is," Shoto chuckled at the thought, smiling to Uraraka enjoying the mochi, some powder on her cheeks. Tenya was eating the mochi like he was a robot, while Izuku was nibbling away at it bashfully. This is fun. Shoto likes this. He has friends. Chapter 78. Incendiary. Things are oddly normal in UA when they're not doing hero stuff. It's still a high school after all, and the students need to learn regular subjects just like every non-hero course. Although being taught English by President Mike has to be very different to what regular high schools offer. Not that Shoto would know, he's only ever been homeschooled by his mother. Although, saying that, he understands English pretty well when addressed in the foreign language, something that President Mike is pleasantly surprised by. "Your pronunciation's way off, but the structure is there," the blonde hero praised loudly. Hanging around his Uncle Toshi, not so affectionately called the American by his father, had its benefits. He'd heard English so much over the years it was like second nature. Old American movies were no stranger to the Todoroki household, and the odd Americanism floated around the corridor sometimes. Shoto eternally laughed whenever he heard his very proudly Japanese father say the odd English "thank you" or "okay" rather than the correct word in his native language. He didn't even know if his father noticed, but Shoto definitely did. He'll never bring it up. None of the family would. It was too cute and funny.
Shoto understood better why Uraraka described his father as such now that the word had been associated with him. His father had odd little mannerisms Shoto hadn't quite considered before going to UA. But now that he had kids his age around him with their lingo and opinions, Shoto was getting a positive new perspective on his family, despite only it now being the second day of school. Lunch was normal too, Shoto eating with Uraraka, Ida, and Midoriya, who was fanboying about lunch rush. Truly, only Uncle Toshi could find the sole person to out-fanboy Toya. But, of course, the most interesting aspect of UA is still the hero training, and Shoto is delighted to have All Might as his teacher for the whole afternoon. It didn't matter that he had the man at his disposal since he was a newborn, even icing and burning his hair when the number one first held him, nor that he had to share his favourite hero with all his other classmates. The teenager was still over the moon at having him as a mentor. His father had been the one to train him since he was a preteen, so Shoto was looking forward to seeing how his uncle dealt with it all. Turns out, not very well. He masked his overwhelmed nature with a script and a bright smile, but it was clear that the students in their brand new suits are asking him a flurry of questions about combat training had the inexperienced new teacher internally flailing. "Todoroki, your suit is so cool!" Midoriya exclaimed during a moment of peace, to which Shoto looked down at his hero suit. He designed it with Toya, Natsuo, and his dad's advice in mind. He didn't want anything complicated or detailed, just straightforward, efficient, and useful, without any flowery bits to get in the way of his powerful quirk. A dark blue heat-resistant jacket with elbow-length sleeves and a high collar, a cooling support item built into it on the back with straps keeping it in place and all connected together with a neck piece. His baggy trousers matched his top, sporting a brown utility belt around his waist to hold it together, which housed 4 little metal capsules containing medical supplies hanging from the front. It was finished off with white boots like Natsuo's had, so he could summon his ice, but his had spikes at the bottom. "Thanks, I designed it after my father's base suit design, but a little looser," Shoto chirped, tugging at his elbow-length sleeves contently. He could tell the boots were personally designed by Power Loader, and probably used Natsuo's blueprints, which made Shoto very happy that the support course teacher was keeping an eye out for all the generations of a Todoroki that followed Toya. Blue seems to run in the family, so I wanted to stick with that. Saying this, he eyed Midoriya's outfit, and it made his head tilt with squinting eyes. It looks like a strange, green replication of All Might, with bunny-like ears to imitate his uncle's hair tufts, and an almost tooth-like face mask. "Yours is curious." "My mum made it," Midoriya said bashfully, and Shoto wasn't about to mock something made out of love like that. "She did a great job," he praised genuinely. He and Midoriya haven't had much chance to discuss the whole one-for-all situation yet, considering this was only their second day, but with their shared love of All Might and having exchanged phone numbers the day previous with the new friend group, Shoto hoped they'll be able to eventually. "Alright, I'll draw lots to see what pairs you kids will be put into," All Might announced loudly. Team B was made of Shoto and Mezo Shoji, the tallest student with an interesting heteromorph quirk that gave him multiple arms like an octopus, and who always wore a mask. He seemed pretty nice, something that was confirmed when Shoto probably introduced himself to his teammate. Enchanted. The boy was clearly from the countryside, and had a kind voice that Shoto liked a lot. He wasn't sure why he was hiding his face, though. "I hope you don't mind me saying, I'm fond of your brother Frostbite." Shoto never minded hearing praises of his siblings. "I'm glad, I'm fond of him too." It sounded like it could be a joke, but Shoto was being completely honest, and that in itself was innocently amusing. Behind his mask, Shoji smiled at the shorter teenager. "Hi, sorry I'm late." Toya's voice rang out across the industrial-looking training room, completed with various buildings, roads, and alleyways that would seem normal if not for the lack of actual public walking around. "Morning classes dragged on and I had a feedback session with my lecturer," he explained with a pant when he trotted up to his uncle. "You didn't start yet, I hope." "Just on time," All Might bombastically replied, saluting at his nephew. Despite everybody knowing that Toya and Shoto were close to the number one hero, everybody knew Endeavor and All Might were best friends, still a popular duo despite not working together as much as they once had. All Might and the boys never made a point to rub it in or act too casual around each other. This was still a professional school setting and some formalities must be had. "Let's start with the first battle." Team A versus Team D. Midoriya and Uraraka versus Ida and Bakugo. Shoto had a bad feeling about that, as well as Toya. Midoriya's very not relaxed and extremely stressed state validated their thoughts. "Uncle, could you draw lots again?"
Toya mumbled to the towering blonde as the students started dispersing. It seems Izuku and that Bakugo kid have some bad blood between each other. I'm a bit worried of the outcome. It'll look suspicious if I do that. I can't be making exceptions. All Might replied softly under his breath, sounding a lot like Toshinori. I believe I'll have Aizawa on my case if I start doing that. Unfortunately, Toya had to agree. Worried or not, they couldn't be making special cases for Midoriya. So, the first battle trial started. From the get-go, Bakugo's ruthlessness is clear. He held no punches and used strategy to sneak up on Team A, something All Might praised, but all Toya saw was an angry child with a vendetta against his supposed childhood friend. Apparently that's what Midoriya described him as to Shoto, but there didn't seem much of a mutual friendship. Bakugo looked like he wanted to blow the green-haired boy to little bloody bits, which even through the screens Toya knew would be intimidating. Not for him though, but definitely for some of the students who voiced their complaints about the explosive blonde. But to his credit, Midoriya stood his ground and fought back. He's smart, observant, and clearly knew Bakugo's moves. Shoto grinned. His new friend is awesome. There was no reason for him to be worried for the freckly face when the determination in those green eyes was clear as day. That was until Bakugo almost took the whole building the two teams were in down, a huge blast directed straight for Midoriya, although intentionally avoiding to hit him straight on. A blast that shook the training grounds and that looked like it hurt as loud as it sounded. That's too much! Shoto's voice exclaimed on top of his classmates' shocked reactions at Bakugo's self-assured anger and near maniacal expression. Uncle, you can't be okay with this! The familiarities had slipped in out of habit, but his concern was lost in the sea of Bakugo's noisy catastrophes. Of course All Might wasn't okay with this. He'd heard from Midoriya what Bakugo could be like, but he agreed this was pushing it. And yet, he couldn't simply stop it. As heroes, you'll be facing much worse, All Might said softly to Shoto, and Shoto alone, a hand on his left side, where the scar is. You know that more than anyone. Out of all the kids, only Shoto knew what the scar looked like. Toshinori hadn't even shown it to Haro, nor Enji properly. Shoto understood what his uncle was getting at, but still, his dislike for the explosive blonde grew. But All Might still reprimanded Bakugo. One more attack like that, and his team would automatically lose. Even though he knew that the blonde wasn't straight up trying to kill his successor, there was strangely controlled brutality in his actions and words. The damage was unnecessarily excessive. Toya watched intensely, blue eyes following every movement. Not just Midoriya and Bakugo's, but Ida and Uraraka's, the latter two having a much more light-hearted time with Ida's over-the-top, dedicated acting to his villain role. Credit where credit is due, his brother's childhood friend took his duty seriously. He looked at how they used their quirks, how they spoke, their moves, the way they interacted with the world around and each other. One thing is clear. Bakugo is smart. He thinks, he sees, he doesn't underestimate. He has strategy and tricks. He understands his quirk well and uses it in more ways than just exploding somebody's face. It's a shame he's blinded by his own rage towards Midoriya. Whatever was going on there was intense. Between calling Midoriya Deku and damn nerd, while the shorter teen sang his high praises while challenging him, Toya could tell this personal feud was more complicated than the two merely disliking each other. It wasn't something like Natsuo and Saichi. There was for sure miscommunication, but this had been years in the building. Toya wondered how receptive Bakugo would be to talk about it to clear the air. Being an audience to their ongoing fights, it didn't seem like much. Unexpectedly, Deku and Uraraka won that battle. Bakugo isn't the only one with smart and quick thinking, he's rivaled by Midoriya. Something that clearly frustrates the blonde to the point of grinding his teeth as his childhood friend collapses in front of him after blowing a hole through the building, giving Uraraka the chance to retrieve their imaginary weapon. But Toya couldn't be happy for Deku. Yes, they won the objective, but his arm was a gross, wrangled mess from using One for All. Uraraka had recklessly used her quirk at the end that caused a lot of collateral damage, and Bakugo was in an odd state. All Might sweated bullets as accusing blue eyes glared into his back, all too similar to a familiar fiery redhead. Please, the uncle begged softly under his breath. He'll get the hang of it. He better, Toya hissed through his teeth. In a world where he had less control over his quirk, angry blue flames would be flickering around his eyes. But the silent anger in them was burning enough to make All Might internally agree to ask Midoriya to not slam the self-destruct button anytime the going gets tough. "Uncle, you should have stopped the fight earlier." Shoto's voice was laid in concern after All Might returned with Ida, Uraraka, and Bakugo once Midoriya had been sent to the nurse's office for his arm. Having two Todoroki voicing their displeasure about the situation was about to send All Might right behind Midoriya. Shoto didn't sound necessarily disappointed, but he had that tone and expression Rei made when things weren't exactly going terribly, but were going badly enough that a silent "pull yourself together" was needed. It was the tone and expression she used when Toya and Natsu neglected to clean their room, or when Shoto was caught watching All Might videos in the middle of the night, or when Toshinori wasn't taking care of himself properly. All Might got the hint. They'd have to discuss this at the end of school. For now, it was a review for the first battle trial. Ida was the MVP, and a chorus of confusion as to why it was him instead of one of the winners rang out among the class. Shoto was pretty sure he knew why Ida had been given the title, but Momo Yaoyorozu raised her hand to answer the mystery before he had a chance to. That is because Ida adapted the most to the context of the training. From watching the match, it appears Bakugo acted on his own because of an obviously personal grudge. And as Mr. All Might said earlier, it is foolish to launch a large-scale attack indoors. In the same way, taking into consideration the damage he received, Midoriya's plan was also rash. As for Uraraka, she let her guard down mid-battle, and her final attack was too reckless. If she treated the papier-mâché as a real weapon, she would not have been able to do something so dangerous. Ida had prepared for his opponent's arrival, and assumed it would be a fight over the weapon, which made him late to responding to the final attack. The hero team only won because they took advantage of the fact that this was training. They were practically breaking the rules. Silence stretched among the students at the girls' observations. Shoto knew for a fact that his uncle hadn't expected such a lengthy response, and he smiled in amusement at Ida's flattered expression. Even if he'd thought the same answer, there wasn't a chance in hell he would have been able to articulate it so perfectly. Next battle trial was Shoto and Shoji against Hagakure and Ojiro, but Shoto made a point to congratulate his childhood friend for a job well done, as well as praising Uraraka for her interesting final home run move, even if it was risky in the context. They both agreed workshopping the idea in the future could be a fun goal. That seemed to brighten the shorter girl's mood some. He said nothing to Bakugo. "Yaoyorozu," Shoto called out to the black-haired girl on his way out. "Thank you for your articulate explanation. You're very good with words, and insightful." The fellow recommendation student blinked in surprise at the honest compliment. "Oh, thank you, but it's only natural for top pro heroes to be considerate of these things," she said matter-of-fact with a very serious expression. Shoto smiled at her. "Agreed, but I still think it's admirable. I struggle with putting my thoughts into words." Oftentimes it was Fuyumi or somebody else in his family finishing a trailed-off thought for him or voicing his feelings in a way to understand what he was trying to get at. The ability to perfectly use words to the level of precision and perfection Yaoyorozu had was something Shoto hoped to be able to work on while at UA, as well as his confidence using his fireside. "I'll be keeping in mind what you said." And keep in mind Yaoyorozu's words he did. With some recon from Shoji, Shoto merely froze over the building with a thin sheen of sturdy ice to trap their opposing team, and he casually retrieved their papier-mâché weapon. It was over in a matter of minutes. There was no way Ojiro or Hagakure were going to try to free themselves in fear of ripping their skin. "Sorry," he apologized to his invisible and tailed classmates with a sheepish smile. "I just wanted to make a point." The ice melted when he touched the building with his left side. One grey-brown eye looked in the direction of the cameras. "See, Bakugo? No need to be an aggressive walking grenade. You can be calm and level-headed about things." That's what Shoto hoped the blonde would get. Toya scoffed and rolled his eyes. Shoto could be so petty at times, thought the hypocritical oldest brother that totally wasn't the bad influence of that. But he knew that wouldn't help Bakugo's whole situation. A prideful heart swelled to burst was fragile and dangerous, most of all for the boy's spirit. That's something that plagued his mind as he continued to watch the battle trials of the other students, and counted the seconds of his uncle running out of All Might time, all of which without a peep out of Bakugo. "I'm going to speak to Bakugo after school," Toya said under his breath to his uncle at the first cough the man emitted. That's all the reassurance All Might needed to blast away once the class was over, lest he expose his secret to the entire class on their second day. He needed to check on Midoriya anyway and get an earful from Recovery Girl. Bakugo, do you have time to speak once school is over? It's fine if you need to go home. Red eyes slowly lift to stare soullessly at the man, barely seeing him. But he got a nod in response. At least that. Toya did shoot a look at his little brother as the students went to get changed and finished the rest of the day. Leave him alone, it said. No, said Shoto's look back, like the youngest child of 4 he is. Toya groaned. Tenya, you can relax about people sitting on the desks. Natsuo said he doesn't care. Shoto reassured his childhood friend that the student once again freaked out about the others sitting on the furniture they used to study. Ida deflated at that, respecting Shoto's older brother too much to argue the point. Instead, they turned to Izuku, who had missed the rest of the afternoon's classes and had just been let go by Recovery Girl. His arms were in a sling and he wasn't fully healed yet, currently being fussed over by Uraraka and the rest of the class praising him. How are you feeling? Still a bit rough. A bit guilty too. The freckly face looked sheepish as he smiled warily to Shoto, gaining a raised eyebrow from him. Your brother told me not to do this, and I did. Worse than last time. Midoriya pointed meekly to his arm in a sling. He's definitely going to have some choice words for you, Shoto said with a chuckle. But he was glad that Toya was making a point to verbalize it. Shoto hadn't been old enough to fully understand or witness what Toya used to do to himself before the accident that gave their mother her scar, but he knew it would be a very sore subject for his eldest brother, and his parents too. After he's done talking to Bakugo. Kachan? It's a nickname the nerd's been using since we were kids. The blonde growled as he glared at Toya, sitting opposite him in a private room used by teachers, just for 2 of them. Bakugo slouched against the back of the sofa, red eyes looking at Toya across from him in a chair. That's cute. A tongue click emitted from Bakugo and Toya said that, and he looked away. I'm surprised you let him call you that. I don't care what people call me. He shrugged. But you care enough to be affected by your childhood friend and want to collapse a building down onto him. Toya said flatly, which made Bakugo hunch his shoulders and say, nothing. It was uncharacteristic for what he'd seen of the blonde, but then again, Toya didn't know him at all. Obviously, the boy is prideful. Toya can relate. But to be so angry and dare Toya say upset, it wasn't normal. It's okay to be overwhelmed. What? Bakugo's eyes snapped up to him, furious. It's okay to be overwhelmed, Toya repeated, smiling to the student. You're really impressive, Bakugo. You're smart, the way you use your quirk is creative, and you have the foundations for being a marvelous hero, save for your explosive personality. Bakugo bit his tongue in defiance. I'm sure you've been praised a lot. It has to be hard going from the strongest kid in your school to one of the many strong kids. Red eyes stared at him in disbelief, before looking away again. That's what it was. It didn't excuse him being mean to Midoriya, reminding Toya of a bully rather than any childhood friend he'd come across, but it could explain his attitude. If he'd been so far ahead of everyone for years, once Quirkless Deku became so powerful out of nowhere and beating him in a class would be a blow to his pride. Bakugo has never struggled with his quirk, and now he's going to have to struggle to be on top in a sea of talented students. That icy bastard in class. Your brother, Bakugo muttered, shoulders hunched and not looking at Toya. I can't measure up to him. The ponytail girl said it all. His voice hitched and he stopped talking. Toya gave him a moment, then smiled softly, leaning forward to try and make eye contact. Shoto was trained by Endeavor, he said, succeeding in getting watery red eyes to look at him. Like Frostbite and I were. Midoriya got training from a pro hero over the last year too. Bakugo gave him a look of confusion but said nothing. Have you ever had training from a pro hero? He shook his head. You're self-taught? A nod. Then you can't compare yourself. You know you're strong and smart with plenty of potential, all of which you'll improve upon during your time at UA. There's no need to go gung-ho on Midoriya. Toya didn't know and couldn't know the history, but he liked Midoriya a lot, finding a kindred spirit in the teenager despite only meeting him yesterday, and yet his heart tugged for Bakugo. He couldn't explain it, but the boy's angry, explosive demeanor with the drive to beat everybody at the game of life they're playing Toya could empathize, sympathize, and relate all at once. I'm going to surpass All Might. Those words made Toya's eyebrows raise. Teary eyes looked at him with furious, frustrated determination, lower lip trembling. That's why I'm here. I'm going to become a pro hero and surpass him. Become number one. A desire to be stronger. There's nothing wrong with that, as long as it doesn't become a destructive obsession. I'm rooting for you. Toya grins, a blinding, enthusiastic smile that he accompanies with a raised fist bump. Let's show my snotty little brother what you've got, yeah? His fist lingered in the air for a moment before Bakugo bumped it. Mentioned snotty little brother was walking out of UA with Midoriya after the boy got changed back into his UA uniform, having helped him with the surprisingly tricky feat when you've only got one hand available. Shoto took the opportunity to have time alone with his self-proclaimed cousin and get to know each other better. I was quirkless before One for All, Midoriya discussed as he wrestled with his shirt. I got teased a lot for it, but it never stopped me from dreaming about becoming a pro. When All Might said I couldn't, initially, it really disheartened me. Well, he was quirkless too. He was probably projecting, Shoto offered, placing his friend's jacket over his shoulders that housed his tie in one of the pockets. All Might was quirkless? The green eyes widening in surprise mirrored Shoto's own expression. He didn't tell you? At Midoriya's vigorous headshake, Shoto was slowly understanding his father's worry for the boy, as well as his exasperation with All Might. A man Shoto loved deeply, but what the hell, uncle? You should come to dinner at my house one of these days for a proper breakdown of everything. Seems like a bad idea to keep you in the dark. Sure, I mean, I'd love to if your family is alright with that. Midoriya flustered, not wanting to nerd out about potentially meeting Endeavor and Frostbite, the latter of which he'd been keeping his twinkling eyes on with adoration at his progress. Sorry, it's just, everything's happened so quickly. I'm still getting used to it all being real. I ramble and rant a lot when it comes to heroes because I've looked up to them so much my whole life, especially All Might, so being in this position with little to no preparation or training compared to everybody else in the class makes every little normal thing feel like a huge deal, even something like being invited to dinner by my classmates. I'm sorry if I come across as too much. Shoto listened to the boy's ramble with a blank expression. He probably didn't understand, Midoriya thought. When he started getting into his mumbles, he knew he was hard to listen to. Bakugo often complained about it and told him to shut up. I get it. Shoto's reply made an embarrassed Midoriya lift his head. Even though he's my uncle, when we learned he was All Might, I freaked out. I used to often nerd out too in front of him, not knowing who he really was. Shoto's face reddened at the memory. Nobody stopped me because they thought it was sweet, but I could have died. Still, I get excited every time I see All Might, even if he's known me since I was a baby. Relief was too weak a word for what went through Midoriya. To be understood without any malicious teasing by a boy his age who lived in the world Midoriya could only have dreamt of. It made him feel better that he wasn't alone in his situation, or that at the very least, Shoto and his family would be there as a supportive hand to replace the one he was repeatedly destroying. It felt nice to not have to hold such a heavy secret in his heart alone, nor have to explain it. The two headed out of UA, only to be met with Toya accompanying Bakugo. Midoriya was shocked to see his eyes were a little red, as if they'd been teary. Kachan, the freckly face started, jogging up to his childhood friend. You! Bakugo snarled, and pointed an accusatory finger at the fellow teen. I'll beat you! All of you! He challenged, baring his teeth like a dog to Midoriya and Shoto, shooting back the try me look the latter had given him previously. I don't get how you have a quirk now, but it doesn't matter. You won't keep making a fool out of me. Enjoy your win, because it won't happen again. He yelled with a strained voice, ruby red eyes glaring with determination. Then he turned to Toya, nodded his head at him with a gruff "see ya," and promptly left. What the hell is his deal? Shoto asked, annoyed. I could be asking you the same thing. Toya didn't sound like his usual energetic self. In fact, he sounded authoritative, much like his father reprimanding Shoto for trying to bite Toya again. Leave him alone, Shoto. Riling him up doesn't help. He's a bully. Midoriya didn't like the way Shoto said that, but he couldn't argue. It was true. Sure, but that's not an excuse for you to be a jackass in return, Toya scorned, eye level with his baby brother. It just makes you a bully too. Do you really want to get into a situation like Natsuo and Saichi had? No. Okay, then drop it. Shoto didn't want to, but since Toya seemed adamant about it, and he didn't want to have an enemy in his class, Shoto would try his best to not be the youngest of four and stand his ground in the name of his new friend. Midoriya. I know, I'm sorry. The focus shifting onto him made the green-haired boy bow low and fast, shaking like a leaf under Toya's glowing blue glare of displeasure at his injured arm. It's all I could think of. Dad's trusting All Might to train you properly, and he isn't doing that, Toya said almost angrily, but not at the teenager, rather at the tall blonde hero hiding around the corner. He'd seen Toya and Bakugo walk out together. He's going to throw you off the agency's rooftop if he finds out about this. Toya pointed a finger in Midoriya's face as the man scorned his own uncle, All Might looking very meek despite his hulking size and the cape swishing behind him. Come on, tell off your student for breaking his arm in a class setting. Being a teacher is hard. All Might was sweating. Quite right, young Midoriya. You shouldn't be so reckless. That's just pitiful, uncle, Toya said flatly, not at all impressed by the man's lack of teachery discipline. It made his father's training shine brighter. Truly, Endeavor is superior. I agree, though. Breaking your body can't be good, Shoto voiced before making a face. And it looks gross. Midoriya laughed sheepishly, feeling bad for making All Might seem like an incompetent teacher and for not having managed to do what Toya asked him. He wanted to be honest with Bakugo, tell him what was really going on, but that would put the truth of One for All in danger. His mind drifted for a moment as Toya continued to tell his uncle off for not letting Enji come in and help train Midoriya, before he got distracted by something Toya said. Wait, Natsuo and Saichi, as in your brother Frostbite and Siriko, they had problems? He asked, interest piqued. In first year, Shoto nodded. Saichi had family issues that bled into jealousy and made it Natsuo's problem. They're friends now, though. He's a pretty good guy once you get to know him. He didn't know the sandy-haired boy too well at all, but Natsuo always had good things to say about his friends, which included him, so he was alright in Shoto's books. Actually, I think they're hanging out together today. Natsuo had met and visited Saichi's mother, Amaya, on many occasions before. The friend group would often visit the hospital together and spend an afternoon with a lovely lady, especially on weekends. Now that they were all split throughout Japan, they couldn't do that as much, but Natsuo made it a point to continue visiting when he could with Saichi. Just like today, when he was sharing and discussing what he was up to now that he'd graduated from UA and how his family was doing. At the moment, it's mostly recon, patrolling, and the likes, Natsuo explained, showing the various locations in Japan he's visited to make a name for himself and establish his position as a mountain rescue hero. I've had to prove my abilities to the police, leaders of some of the towns, and first responders. I appreciate how thorough they are. I'm always learning something new from them. That's great. Amaya smiled sweetly, Saichi sitting by her side. I'm glad you're busy. Saichi and his father are busy too. Even with all the internships, he's still learning the ropes of the police station dynamics. Being a sidekick is hard work. Not as hard work as interning for Endeavor, Saichi chuckled with a shake of his head. I don't think I'll ever recover. Your dad doesn't mess around. Natsuo sniggered, knowing all too well that to be the case. Excuse me, I'm doing rounds. Amaya's doctor knocked as he entered, followed by a trail of what Natsuo could only assume were medical students. I hope you don't mind the entourage. These are first years from the medical school nearby. Not at all, Amaya smiled with a welcoming warmth, as long as you don't mind Saichi and Todoroki being here. Small gasps and whispers of recognition rang out through the room as the students the two young pros' ages realized who they were, especially Natsuo. He's Frostbite, the new and upcoming pro hero, Endeavor's son. His name and hard-working reputation have been making the rounds ever since that sea rescue he did, as well as for his actions in Naruhata and general presence while interning for other heroes. He's new, yet already climbing the ranks and much further ahead than other pros his age, or even of previous generations. Friendly, efficient, and strong, he reminded the older population of an ice Endeavor, while the younger demographic hadn't ever seen a hero quite like him. It was no wonder he was popular, especially with young adults. Dare people be honest, especially with young women. But Natsuo never used that to his advantage. He was focusing on his duty as a pro hero, just like how he wanted to help these first-year medical students focus on their studies, so made a point to stand in the corner away from prying eyes and let them get on. Saichi stuck to his mother's side, listening intently to everything the doctor had to say about Amaya's development, the progress they've done with finding a donor either locally or overseas, and how Endeavor's continued investment in her health had her sorted for at least the next few years. The Higawara would be eternally grateful for the number two's aid, not only bringing relief to their financial struggles, but also giving the family a chance to be together. Snatch had been spending much more time with Saichi, actually taking days off and visiting Amaya with his son, while also doing things just the two of them. They liked to go get barbecue together a lot. Despite Natsuo's considerate disappearing act in the corner, there wasn't much he could do short of leaving the room to go unnoticed. He's tall and broad and very handsome. That's what a mousy young woman thought as her chinchilla ears perked forwards at him. Chocolatey brown eyes observed the tall white and red-haired man her age linger in the corner of the room, yet keeping her focus on the doctor's words as he explained the process of checking on Amaya's vitals, as well as the business aspect of the Higawara situation. The reality simply is, with the oversaturation of heroes, it doesn't pay as well as it could, the doctor explained, before looking at Amaya and Saichi. I hope you don't mind me saying that. Not at all, it's true. Amaya shook her head. We learned the hard way. Saichi tried his weak attempt at a joke, but saved it with a shrug. He wasn't defensive anymore these days. Him and Natsuo are good friends. They're able to laugh and discuss various things together. It's fun, and even if they don't see each other for weeks at a time, they still message in their friends' group chat, all up to date on what the others are doing. It's a good dynamic that doesn't make any of them feel lonely. Eventually, the doctor was done and took his posse of students with him. All except for one. Excuse me. A soft-spoken, sweet voice approached Natsuo, who blinked down at a long-haired young woman his age. She had soft, brownish-beige hair, with long, fluffy ears and big chocolate eyes that looked up at Natsuo with a sense of fondness Natsuo had never seen directed to him before from anybody outside of his family. I just wanted to thank you for your hard work in Naruhata. I'm from there, you see, and if not for your aid, the destruction would have been much worse. Oh! Natsuo stammered, feeling put on the spot by those long eyelashes that fluttered up at him, and rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Just doing my job, he offered weakly with a shy grin, his cheeks turning a little red. I didn't do much, though. I didn't see any other students or pro-heroes in the middle of that chaos. The woman offered with a little giggle. Her voice was a squeak, light and jovial, matching her fluffy grey-beige ears that looked like chinchillas. Natsuo saw no tell, though. I'm Miki Kinoge. Natsuo Todoroki. I know. Natsuo's face flushed. Of course she knew, but still, it was just polite. Are you studying to be a doctor? It was like his legs were made of ice and he was melting under the intense summer heat. Therapist, actually. I study psychology. She replied, nimble fingers playing with her hair. I've been to therapy. Natsuo wanted to slap himself. What's wrong with him? Really? Oh, she liked that. Good. Great. Why did Natsuo care that she liked that? I'm glad. I'm always hoping to encourage it. I feel everyone can benefit from going. Yeah, totally. My whole family's been, except for my dad, but he's stubborn. Natsuo laughed at himself for tripping on his words, but also because he's nervous, for some reason. And he can feel Saichi and Amaya staring at him. He wishes he was a snowman melting on the beach so he could disappear into a dried-up puddle of soggy sand. Flinging himself into the sea sounded awesome right now. Where's Gangorka when you need him? I better catch up with class. See you, Todoroki. Yeah, bye. Miki left, and took her cute chinchilla ears with her. Natsuo stood there for a moment, heart beating fast and hands feeling clammy, before looking at Saichi. Yeah, bye? Are you stupid? Saichi asked in disbelief. Where? She's interested in you, dumb iceberg. Go ask for her number. The desert hero motioned his arms towards the door aggressively, only realizing now that his friend had a thick skull with these sorts of things. What? No, she's not. I couldn't just... Ice was creeping up Natsuo's neck as he flustered, face turning red. She's working, and Darling, she approached you and clearly wants to talk. Amaya giggled behind her hand. She knew men like this. She married one. Go on, ask her out for coffee. Get to know her. Worked for me. She emphasized by handing Saichi a cup of freshly made coffee. This son of hers is the outcome of a coffee date, after all. Chapter 79. Vaporizing. Today, the beginning of the end starts. Society will disintegrate into nothingness under the force of a demonic power wielded by two pairs of hateful hands, swallowing an unkind and uncaring world into the depths of their putrid souls. Only darkness will remain for the discarded to call home, free to remain twisted monsters. Flocks of journalists hounded the front gates of UA, desperate for a story or snippet about All Might being a newly hired teacher at UA. Race you to the front. Toya's flatly stated challenge as he locked his car made Shoto grin. Time to put those years of playdates of tenure to use. With comical speed and their respective work bags flapping in the air behind them, the two Todoroki boys bolted through the sea of journalists like their rear ends were on fire, not giving a chance for anybody to ask any invasive questions about either their close hero uncle nor anything to do with their hero father or the likes. On the way, Toya ushered Bakugo forward before anybody could bring up the sludge accident, and Shoto pulled away Ida, who was still blabbering away about something technical and probably very smart. "Back up, you're bothering our students," Toya told off the journalists from behind the safety of the UA gates, glaring at them with familiar blue eyes they'd all seen many a time. Seems none of the Todoroki were fond of the media and their nosy tendencies. Toya least of all. He had many unkind things to say to the individuals who kept comparing his beloved father and strong uncle, all the while criticizing Endeavor for completely unimportant things, like his stern face or harsh outer demeanor. That's what makes him appealing. His burning passion and tough appearance is a huge part of what his loyal, arguably intense, fan base like about him, and it would be a cold day in hell before any of them would let the media badmouth their flame hero without repercussions. "Give us something! Come on, just a line!" One particularly pushy brunette insisted, scowling at the number 2 son. "Not when you're blocking our students! Let her through!" Toya all but roared in a comically angered fashion as the journalists once more flocked to one of the 1A students, the frog girl, Tsuyu. He looked like an infuriated husky barking at a most inconveniently placed piece of furniture that had offended his entire ancestry, but was more noise than bite, giving enough time for sweet Tsuyu to scoot around the distracted media and make it to class with a little thank you to the nurse's apprentice. "Get lost!" Thankfully, Aizawa arrived to defuse the situation before Toya started cussing at the press, having gotten filled in by Shoto about what was happening up front. Very maturely, Toya stuck his tongue out at the press with a very grown-up hand gesture to the nose. Not the middle finger one, thankfully, that would have been a catastrophe, when that same brunette triggered the UA barrier. The elongated blah didn't make it any less ridiculous. "Don't do that, it'll cause more trouble," Aizawa scorned, but he couldn't help but be silently amused by Toya. He was quite different from Natsuo, much more outspoken with a flair for the dramatic, but still with that focused, hard-working attitude that Aizawa got from every Todoroki. The real trouble was standing outside of the UA grounds, with light blue hair, twitchy hands, and a scarred face all bundled up in black sweatpants. Natsuo had been class representative, as had Fuyumi and their dad before them. Shoto thought to himself as he looked at the blank piece of paper before him. They needed a vote for class representative, and while most in the class seemed interested in voting for themselves, Shoto wasn't convinced. Could he be good in that sort of role? A guiding leader, someone looked up to be responsible for an entire class and make sure they were informed and safe? He's not sure. He's not very confident in his leadership. He knows he's clueless about a lot of things and doesn't really get people most of the time. Even his father, who struggles with emotions no matter how old he gets, is a powerful, hard-working leader with a flock of faithful psychics. Shoto doesn't see himself capable of accumulating a small army like that. But collaborating and working with friends, yes. Maybe it'd be better for him to focus on getting along with the others and being told where he is most useful, play as part of a team bigger than his own family. He wanted to develop his skills further before even considering becoming any sort of leader, especially concerning his superhuman quirk. There's a lot for him to work on. Shoto votes for Momo Yaoyorozu, without a further thought. She just seems like a perfect choice. She's intelligent and responsible, something Shoto liked and appreciated in a leader. It's why he was so surprised to see Izuku had gotten 3 votes, none of which are from himself. "Being honest, Izuku, you get too easily shaken," Shoto stated bluntly during lunch behind a slurp of his cold soba noodles. Despite Ida dying to be class rep, Momo and Izuku were the two nominated students. Are you sure you're going to be able to handle it? Izuku's sweaty, freckled face very clearly stated no. But Ida seems to have more faith in him than Izuku does, voicing his support, considering he'd voted for the boy. The manner in which Ida spoke always threw Uraraka and Izuku off, with his rich boy speak, as the brunette described it. I'm more confused as to why Todoroki doesn't speak the same way. Izuku voiced, head tilted in thought. Tenya's family has been a hero family much longer than mine has, Shoto explained with a smile to his proud childhood friend, who was once again talking about his beloved brother Tensei in the same way Izuku spoke about All Might. My family only came into wealth thanks to my father and his hard work. He was raised by a young, only father, you see. Uraraka's eyes sparkled at the notion she too could make enough money to support her parents as long as she worked hard, while Izuku's eyes lowered to his food, thoughtful. There was always so much going on behind those green eyes, exactly in the same way Shota had seen with Toya and his father when they spoke about something they were knowledgeable in. Maybe that's what made Shota like the freckled face so quickly. He fit in perfectly with his odd family. Your grandfather is quite different from Endeavor. Izuku muttered to himself as he recalled the very rare online clips he'd seen of the man, before jumping at Shoto's soft chuckle. He hadn't meant to say that out loud. They're more similar than you'd think. But yes, my grandfather and big sister are more alike, that's for sure. The two-tone-haired boy smiled gently, fondness clear in his face as he thought of his family. Saying that, we're all quite like each other in many ways. Working hard comes naturally to us, for one. It's probably because you're childhood friends, but you and Ida are weirdly similar too. Uraraka said in between mouthfuls, interested in how these rich sons of hero families who'd grown up so differently to her saw the world. You both really look up to your brothers, for example. Ida, who was about to argue with all the gusto his body could manifest that he was nothing like the biting, all-might fanboy nutcase that his childhood friend is, froze mid-mouth opening, before his face softened from offended to fond. That I can agree with. He smiled at Shoto, the latter returning it with a grin and his chopsticks between his teeth. Just as Izuku had decided on saying something to Ida, an ear-piercing alarm ran through the school. Toya stared at the dusted gates, cold sweat forming at the base of his skull and making his neck damp. Netsu was saying something to him and the other staff present, but Toya couldn't hear him. His breath is thinning, and his vision is swimming. A sense of dread filled his senses and made him feel nauseous. Should he say something? What could he even say? Hey, I know who did this. No, I don't have proof, and don't know for a fact what his quirk is, but trust me, bro. That'll never fly. But he knows he's right. He hopes he's not. But this has nothing to do with those angry red eyes, that Toya still has a chance to reach out to him before he does anything. But in his gut, where his blue flames rumble with a doomed feeling, Toya knows he's too late. Again. He keeps his mouth shut. With emergency exit Ida taking the title of class representative when Izuku decided he wasn't best fit for the job and nominated him, the students were sent out to get ready for USJ. Shoto was ecstatic in his own quiet way. Natsuo loved USJ and 13's classes, and with how big the talk of rescues and using your quirk safely was in his household, Shoto was pumped to get started, especially after the chaos the alarm caused and made him be swept away by a crowd. He wasn't sure he'd ever get used to so many people in an enclosed space. But before all that, he needed to congratulate someone. Yaoyorozu, congrats on being vice rep. It really fits you. Shoto smiled to the black-haired girl, who raised her eyebrows at him. She always seemed surprised when he approached her. He's not sure why. Thank you kindly, she replied with a nod. I'm aware you two are childhood friends, but being frank, I'm a little vexed that Midoriya and Ida have gotten class representative instead. Shoto could understand that to an extent. Yaoyorozu seemed to hold herself to a certain standard and level, so having a sweating mess like Izuku and the robotic yet comedic Ida being the rep must have been a bit of a shock to the system. I appreciate your honesty, but please give Tenya a chance. He's smart, hard-working, and driven. I'm sure you'll find him a good class rep partner if you're willing to give him some time. Shoto raised his two hands in a praying pose, like he was bowing to a shrine, and his genuine request made Yaoyorozu's long black eyelashes blink while she had a stunned expression. The moment was broken with Ida loudly blowing a whistle to get everybody on the bus to USJ. He is a bit intense. You don't say, Yaoyorozu said flatly, but a smile tugged at her delicate lips. All right, I'll hold off any judgment until I get to know your friend better. Can I hope you'll call him your friend as well eventually? Some of that cheeky, ray-like twinkle entered his tone. That's all Shoto desired. Friends who could all get along together. Maybe even me too? Momo's smile widened ever so slightly, amused at this innocent face making such a childlike request. I'm certainly not against it. As funny as it was seeing Bakugo get teased by Tsuyu and Kaminari on the bus, Shoto was first off the vehicle in excitement to arrive at USJ. His eyes twinkled at how huge it was, and he immediately understood why Natsuo loved this place so much. Welcome! A hero in a spacesuit outfit that could only be 13 greeted. Instantly, upon laying her eyes on Shoto at the front of the crowd of new students, she squealed in delighted glee and rushed at the boy. You must be Frostbite's younger brother, Shoto! He's spoken so much about you. I'm so pleased to be able to teach you too. Despite being honored that his brother had created such a good impression, to have a UA teacher pounce on him like that, Shoto did recoil a little at the intensity, not used to having people in his face so much. 13, your favoritism is showing, Aizawa scorned, already exhausted at the notion of having to make 13 focus on the other students, not just Todoroki. Sorry, I know. The rescue hero stepped back so Shoto could breathe a little, but still had a giddy air around her. Tell me though, Todoroki, what do you hope to learn from my classes here in USJ? That Shoto knew exactly. To control my quirk better, the boy said immediately, gaining some surprised looks from his classmates, especially Bakugo. Control his quirk better? He had spotless control over it from the little they'd seen of it. It's very powerful, and I'm worried about how destructive it can potentially be, especially my fire side. I can control it, but I am apprehensive about accidentally injuring a citizen I'm supposed to be reassuring. Yaoyorozu once more had her eyebrows raised at her classmate. He said he wasn't good with words, but here he is perfectly articulating his worries about his quirk. Maybe there were certain things he felt more confident speaking about. Momo's desire for knowledge made her add a mental note to ask him about it at a later date. Todoroki is such a curious fellow. Wonderful! We can definitely work on that, 13 chimed. I'm delighted you've had that thought process because that's a huge part of my classes. Thus started 13's introduction to her classes. Or at least, that's what should have happened. Because Harrow isn't here, Toya took the liberty to roll up a magazine and smack his idiot uncle over the head with it. The man was supposed to be at USJ, but he'd overworked himself on the way to the school and could barely keep his muscular form up. That's what the Sir Nightai and Endeavor Agency team-up is for, Toya scorned, waving the rolled-up magazine in his hand threateningly at Toshinori's face. Dumb mite! I know, I'm sorry, I can't help it, All Might said apologetically, rubbing his neck while wiping the blood from his chin. I'm surprised to see you here, though. I thought you would have been with 1A. They're not the only class in UA. I want to see what the other students have to offer in 1B. Toya replied, arms crossed like his father. I have video files I want to review to give feedback on and... Hey! No distracting me! The magazine is back in Toshinori's face, who sheepishly raised his hands in defeat. His make the nerd out tactic failed spectacularly. You should really speak to Dad about all this. You act like he'd never understand. It's not that, Toshinori's voice drifted off. This is my responsibility, and your dad already has so many. I want to do this properly, with my role as a teacher. I don't know how long I'll be able to be All Might anymore, and... A lot was clearly going on in that surprisingly not empty skull. Toya's uncle Toshi isn't stupid, he knows that, but he can be a real airhead at times despite being supposedly middle-aged. Not everything matures with time, it seems. And really, isn't Toya being a hypocrite right now? He has been for a while. Here he is telling off his uncle for not depending on Endeavor and Sir Nightai more, while Toya... I'm in the process of writing to Gran Torino about everything. All Might's voice piped up, a slight tickle in his voice where a cough is still developing. And I'm also building up the courage to update my friends in the States. Now this is good news. It shows on Toya's face. Awesome, he praises. delighted to encourage his uncle doing something he might feel shaky about. It'd be cool to meet them one day. I'd love to learn more about the United States and how their quirk stuff is dealt with. To give Toshinori some reprieve for his heroics on the way to UA, Toya does him a kindness and makes him some tea before he's due to head back to the nurse's office and go through his videos. Not without one more sharp thwack to the blonde hero's skull as warning to take it easy. As expected from UA, all the students are amazing. 1B has some fascinating quirks that Toya can't help but marvel at, like the mushroom girl, the boy who can meld things together, or that one toothy guy who can travel through the color black, to name a few. They're all amazing, and Toya has so many notes he might as well be building the Tower of Babel through paper. It's comedic, yet endearing, so Recovery Girl lets him be as she sees to other technical things that she'll make Toya fill in the paperwork for on her behalf. Her eyes aren't as good as they used to be, and Toya needs to learn the joy of paperwork. Actually, young Enji used to help her with it back in the day. What a hard-working young boy he'd been. Still was. Despite claiming he wanted to focus on 1B, Toya can't help but be dragged back to his baby brother's classmates, and he's rewatching the combat training videos. Even though he'd watched them all happening in person, it's good to review them and see something he'd missed in the moment. He skips the Bakugo Midoriya fight, because it makes something in his chest wince and feel a bit sick. He really should be telling his parents about all this, but he understands Toshinori's concern about having a role now that his duty as a hero is shaky at best. They all know All Might doesn't have long left. His blue eyes land on Aoyama. Something about his quirk hurting him the way it does is giving him Izuku vibes, and that same sickly heartache. He doesn't know how to explain it. Unlike the others, say Kaminari, who can use their quirks to a longer limit and recover within a reasonable time despite the repercussions of using them too much, Aoyama can only use his quirk for a second, otherwise it's like he's a celiac who accidentally ate a loaf of bread. With the complexity of quirks, especially in this generation of young heroes, there's always the chance that this is natural to him and he's willing to tolerate the pain. But at the same time, it's like having a fire quirk with an intolerance to fire. There comes a point where it's just self-mutilation. A lot of that going around. Toya wonders what motivated Aoyama to do all this. Midoriya, he understands, but Aoyama? No idea. Your father used to get burnt all the time from pushing himself too far. Recovery Girl's voice snapped him out of his thoughts, and Toya looked at the little old lady with a smile. Yeah, Natsuo told me that. Guess some things run in the family, he joked, before leaning back in his seat and stretching. He was trying to build his tolerance up, wasn't it? Indeed, but I got worried in his first year seeing him so much in my office, hence we banned him from after-school training. If it wasn't for Harrow keeping an eye on him outside of school hours, I don't want to think what he would have done to himself. Toya has a pretty good idea. He's got his preteen self for reference, and it makes his palms sweaty to think of what could have happened without his grandfather's teachings and being the backbone support of the family. Such a humble man, with a gentle burning in him unlike the rest of the family. He's tall and strong, but compared to Endeavor, he's a twig of a man. And yet, without him, said fiery hero would have crumbled under his own self-created expectations. Now, if only his father would give in to his son's demands and go to therapy already. I'm going to give Aoyama a chance to build his tolerance for his quirk. It's unlikely he was ever able to freely use it before now, Toya said, turning off the video of Mina accidentally burning Aoyama's cape with a pink acid. Toya will give him the time to do just that, build tolerance, and in a few weeks he'll review the progress to see if it was worth being concerned about. If you're done with that, Toya, there's some papers Recovery Girl is interrupted by the door clattering open, revealing a sweating, panting Ida who barely caught himself on the wall of the doorway lest he crashed to the ground of how abruptly he'd stopped. Ida? USJ is under attack! He exclaimed, glasses fogged up from all his sweat, his voice firm, yet with a childish shakiness to it. Because that's what he is, despite the hero suit. Villains! Too many of them! One has a teleportation quirk, and another is this huge beast! Toya's stomach drops like a stone. It's too late. The ball has already started rolling. He's not going back to UA. But Mum, it's final! Ray snapped, angry tears in her eyes as she scrubbed the plates hard enough to make them crack. First week of UA and you're already fighting villains. He just started. Her attention landed on Enji, who was in his hero suit, not having wasted time getting home as soon as he heard what happened at USJ. They could have killed him, but they didn't, Enji argued back firmly, understanding his wife's distress but not willing to let Shoto's hard work be for naught. Shoto took out all of them in his area on his own, and even restrained that Nomu creature. All Might may have defeated the threat, but Shoto wasn't exactly a damsel in distress. So what? I should be okay with that and let him go back. 2 of his teachers were mortally wounded, and Toshinori pushed himself much too far. Rei wasn't budging, and her tears were threatening to fall. Between them, at the kitchen table, Shoto sat with shoulders hunched sadly. He knew it wasn't his fault that his mother was upset, but he still felt guilty. The idea that he'd have to change schools and be separated from his friends he'd just gained made his eyes burn. I don't want to leave my friends, he muttered. Rei looked at him and faltered for a second, the miserable look in her youngest's face being the last thing she wanted to see right now. Isn't this what I trained for? I technically saved Hagakure and helped All Might. Not by much, but he, Kirishima, and Bakugo had jumped into actions once they were done with their respective villains. Sure, the Nomu broke out of his ice and attacked Bakugo, who was pinning the Kurogiri guy down, but it had still held for a bit. Enji was incredibly proud of that, but he didn't know how to voice it in front of a distressed Rei. He knew who could, though. Shoto, go help your grandfather with the koi fish, he instructed. Silently, Shoto left the kitchen to do just that, his parents' arguing voices muffled behind the clack of the door shutting. They weren't yelling, but it's louder than Shoto had ever heard them speak to each other, and him being the cause made him feel bad. His grandfather was out in the garden. Fuyumi was doing class plans in the living room, while Toya had disappeared into his room with Harusame after dinner, claiming he needed to write reports for his university teachers. He'd been strangely silent ever since Shoto returned to the main UA campus. Only you okay? And once Shoto had reassured him he wasn't hurt, his eldest brother had shut down. The drive back had been wordless. Hey, Peppermint, Hara greeted upon seeing his saddened grandson. How are you doing? That had to be a scary attack. Hara nearly had an attack on his heart hearing the news, as had Fuyumi, but she'd calmed down the minute she saw Shoto unharmed, and had mass texted not only Shoto and Toya but also Toshinori. The latter had reassured him he's alright, but Hara didn't believe him for a second. I'm fine. It was surprising, but I wasn't scared, Shoto muttered, standing beside his grandfather tending to the greenery around the koi pond, a bag of feed by his feet. Mum doesn't want me to go back to UA. She's scared for you, Peppermint. Don't worry, your dad will get through to her. She didn't react like this to Natsuo doing a sea rescue, Shoto argued, crouching by the water to poke his finger in the pond, one of the fish bobbing up to nudge against it. Why with me, then? There weren't any villains involved with Natsuo, and you're the youngest. Plus, it wasn't in the first week of his first year. He had some experience by then, Hara explained, pulling out some growing weeds. But she was freaking out, you just didn't see it. Oh. Maybe because Shoto looked up to Natsuo so much, he hadn't even considered being worried for him, only proud at how cool his older brother is. He was currently away up north doing patrols around mountains to know them better. I thought since Dad trained us for years, Mum would have more faith in us. She does. Hara smiled at his grandson, who gave him an unconvinced look. She's always going to worry, Shoto. She's your mum. I worry about your father every day. Shoto's face turned into disbelief. Seriously? Seriously. I'll die worried, Hara jokes, lifting the feed bag to Shoto. You want to throw it in? Shoto does, and grabs a handful, scattering the pellets around the water and watching in amusement as the fish scamper up to the surface to gobble them up. Red and white with blue or golden brown eyes, flinging water everywhere before disappearing again. It reminds Shoto of how he fights with his siblings for their mother's homemade treats, especially when there's only one left. I'm proud of you. Shoto blinks at the praise, looking to his grandfather. You looked after yourself and others. You stopped villains, and you didn't freeze. I froze at least a dozen villains. Hara laughed at his grandson's befuddled response. I mean, you didn't become paralyzed. You were active and figured out the steps of what you needed to do in the situation. He reached out to ruffle Shoto's white and red hair, mirroring the koi fish. You kept a cool head. Well done. Shoto's mood lifted and he smiled, leaning into his grandfather's affectionate touch, which melted into a side hug as they watched the koi fish swim around the clear pond water. Fuyumi peeked into Toya's room. With Natsuo gone half the time, his side of the room was a lot cleaner, a contrast to the explosion that was Toya's corner. She saw her older brother hunched over his desk, paper, books, pens, and red string all over the floor as if he'd swiped them all off out of anger, and now the pinboard above his desk that had once been littered with to-do lists and ideas for his university course was stark empty, save for one piece of paper in the middle with Tomura written on it. She knocked. Toya jumped out of his seat, which scared Harusame, who had been happily sleeping in his hoodie as per usual, meowing in displeasure at the abrupt awakening. "What?" he asked harshly, glaring at the door. "Just checking up on you. Are you okay?" Fumi asked, worried. The concern in her blue eyes made Toya's defensiveness drop, and he felt bad for snapping. "Yeah," he lied. Fumi scowled. "No. I don't want to talk about it. Yet." His sister clearly wanted to ask. Her eyes flickered to the written Tomura pinned to his board, then back to him, two sets of identical blue eyes staring intently at each other, equally stubborn minds pushing and pulling in a silent battle. "You promised to talk about it. Sooner rather than later?" Fumi asked, not admitting defeat, but not wanting to push her brother any further than necessary. They're both adults after all, but that's still her brother. "I promise. It's not a lie." Fumi smiles. "Okay. Good night." "Night." Toya turned back to stare at the pinned Tomura above his desk. His heart would be pulsating in his throat if not for Harusame's warm purring against his chest. Chapter 80. Aigui. Eventually, Rei relented, and Shoto would be allowed to return to UA when school resumed in 2 days. During those 2 days, the worried mother wouldn't let the boy out of her sight, making sure her youngest child was safe, which gave her ample time for the eldest to disappear without her noticing to go on a futile quest. Toya was frantically looking for Tomura. As soon as he woke up the day after the USJ attack, he was out of the house. He checked the video game store they'd met at, roamed around the shopping center to get a glimpse of the shaggy-haired younger man, and even visited the cafe they had their last conversation at to try and find him. He spent the whole day there, not eating, barely drinking, and wandering around with belly kept in frantic stress bubbling in his gut. Nothing. The second day was no different. Maybe Toya should have expected that. Tomura, if it really had been Tomura, had been shot by Snipe, so he'd be in the beginnings of recovery. Of course he wouldn't be out and about. Orange and pink started seeping into the mid-afternoon blue skies, and Toya, with a sickly feeling in his chest and exhaustion making his brain buzz, was ready to give up the search for the day and prepare for UA to resume tomorrow. "Looking for me?" A raspy voice tore through Toya, and the to-be doctor spun round with wide eyes, mouth opening. "Shut up. Be a problem and I dust the place." Toya shut his mouth, blue eyes staring at the black-clothed young man, red eyes glaring at him with a challenging look. There was a tremble in his legs. "You were shot. Are you okay?" Toya asks, voice quiet as to not catch anybody's attention. They were standing on the corner of the gaming store they'd had their first encounter. Not too busy, but busy enough that if Tomura wanted to cause damage, he really could. "You haven't recovered yet." "That's what you're worried about?" Tomura's voice is mocking, talking like Toya is an idiot. Maybe he is, Toya thinks as he swallows shakily, the corners of his mouth twitching down in emotion. "That youngest brother of yours really is strong. He even restrained the Nomu." "Stay away from him," Toya snapped, hands tensing into fists. "All of them. They're just kids. They're future pro-heroes," Tomura snarled back, mockery inexistent in his tone, only to be replaced with a hateful rasp. "Doesn't matter how old, they all need to be destroyed. That's what they signed up for the second they so much as thought of attending UA." Toya's heart is pounding. Here, Tomura looks like a messy young man ambulating through life. But under those slacks, there are day-old bandage bullet holes and a pair of hands that almost killed Tsuyu. Maybe if Toya had said something when he saw the dusted UA gates, then the USJ attack could have been avoided. Maybe the students would have been sent home early, or the school would have gone into lockdown until they were sure everything is safe. I saw you at the gates. Tomura's voice has returned to a low tone, amusement pulling at his cracked lips. You knew. Ice cold grips Toya's heart, and his breathing thins. I didn't know. Yes, you did. Tomura smirks, and it's mean. You've known for a while I'm a villain, ever since our last chat, and you still haven't told anyone. He steps closer and reaches out with a dangerous dry finger to flick at Toya's hoodie straps, the fire emblem charm bouncing on the man's chest at the movement. How's it feel not telling Daddy Dearest? The wince and guilty look from the slightly shorter man is all Tomura needs to know it's been eating him from the inside out. And yet, Toya doesn't look away, slowly watering blues, stubbornly keeping eye contact with the villain. You hadn't done anything yet. I didn't know your quirk, and I hoped. As brave as he's being with the man-child that took Yue by surprise standing before him, there's still a shake in his voice, emotional and strained. You hoped what? Tomura pushes as Toya's voice trails off, a tremble on the other's lower lip. That you could save me before it's too late. Toya can't help it when his eyes deceive him, like a dog caught being bad. It's been too late for a long while, far before you. You're wasting your time. It's like a stab to the heart to hear those words confirming Toya's deepest fears. Again, he's too late. You don't know that, he tries weakly. How can you be so sure when you haven't given me a chance to help? You've seen what Hero Society does to people like us. Even if you tried to help, you'd be alone in that effort. Tomura speaks so carelessly, like Toya is boring him with his desperate attempts to connect with him, the verbal embodiment of being shrugged off. You don't belong with them. Toya's face twists into confusion. He doesn't understand what the younger man is getting at. We're very different, but our suffering has similarities. Toya's throat feels tight. Keep it together. Come on. You can't be serious. He breathes out, shaky and tense, like there's a hand blocking his airway. You really... His thoughts are in overdrive. He can't get the reality of what Tomura is implying wrapped around his head. It's like a fever dream that makes his world blur together with nothing but Tomura and his dark expression be in focus. I'm not joining you. It's a desperate attempt to steady himself, to stand his ground, and keep his angry tears from watering his vision. After what you pulled, you really think I would? Are you serious? The disbelief in Toya's voice isn't unexpected to Tomura, not even the shaky anger. The man is laughably emotional, and his unshed tears are proof of that. They're not of fear with being faced with a budding villain, but of emotion barely restrained, if only for the sake of the potential victims around them if he doesn't keep it together. Even with that destructive power you can't use, you're still set on playing hero. Disappointment is laced in Tomura's voice, and it breaks something in Toya. Playing? I'm not. That's you. This isn't a game! He exclaims, voice hitching with indignant fury. Tomura's eyes narrow in warning, but it's clear that Toya's emotional state is making him react impulsively, so he lets it slide. You put innocent lives at stake. My brother's life. Your life! It was Tomura's turn to be confused, Ruby Red's unsure as to what that had anything to do with Toya's train of thinking. You're barely an adult, Tomura. You're younger than my sister, with a whole life ahead of you that you're willing to throw away for what? Toya's voice has turned from angry to desperate, like he's on the verge of begging. Tomura was right all along. There's no point in trying to get the white-haired man to join them. He's too far gone in Hero Society to realize it's unsalvageable. It needs to be destroyed. You don't get to know if you're not going to join me. Tomura says it blatantly, staring into Toya's very soul as if seeking to judge him right then and there if he's worthy. Toya stares back, mouth gaping before he shuts it firmly, lips forming a thin line, stubborn and upset. You want to make an impact so badly. I can show you how you can really make a difference. Destruction isn't the answer. Toya hisses through gritted teeth, trying to keep his emotions in check. I'm taking that as you saying no. Tomura breaks eye contact when he turns to leave, proud of himself for proving yet again that Toya is too pampered and set in his ways. Maybe Master would finally drop it. A hand grabs him by the palm, wrapping around his destructive fingers and clinging to his wrist. I'm saying I want to help you. Toya's voice is soft and begging. Tomura half turns to glare at him. He stills at the sadness contained in those turquoise blues, familiarly intense grief for something lost long ago. If you told me what happened, I could help. My father could help. His other hand has joined to hold Tomura's wrist that could end Toya right then and there with the right twitch of his digits, but the young man merely stares with a disinterested look. Please, Tomura. You're barely older than the kids you attacked. Toya sounds like he could start crying any moment. Tomura wonders who he's seeing right now. Him, or a younger version of himself, before his mother got that scar, long before he'd almost killed his family and should have listened to his father and let him help. You done projecting? Tomura's cruelty squeezes Toya's heart like he's trying to make it burst. He rips his hand out of the man's desperate hold and stares down at him like he's an inconvenience. You want to help me, but you were a bystander the other day. Toya's eyes widen, and he can see his inability to breathe set in. Hands are shaking, the words bouncing around Toya's skull like a drill. Hypocrite. The final word is a punch to the throat, and Toya doesn't even see Tomura leave. His vision spins. He can't breathe, and suddenly the floor is beneath his nose. Everything's too loud and too colourful, too many bustling feet surrounding him, and he can't breathe. His hands scramble to push himself off the ground and rip at his hoodie and pull himself up and claw at the invisible hands choking him, and his ears are ringing. There's a taste of blood in his mouth. It's his fault, his fault. If he'd said something, Aizawa and 13 wouldn't have gotten hurt. Izuku wouldn't have destroyed his body again. Uncle Toshi wouldn't have had to get involved again. If he'd tried harder, been better, maybe he could have reached Tomura. He should have told Dad, Mum, Grandpa, anyone, but he stayed quiet. He'd said nothing. He'd done nothing. He did what everybody else did. Brushed the bad thoughts under the carpet instead of facing them. He's the worst, a hypocrite. It's all his fault. Why did he ever think he could help? He can't even help himself. He's panicking, choking, dying. Get it together. Pull at your hair. Hurt yourself if you have to. It's not like it's the first time. All you know is how to hurt. Yourself, others, your mother, your father. These stupid tears again. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Toya! Bright green flashes across his vision, and still Toya can't breathe. But he can see. Strong hands are forcing his away from where they're clawing at his throat and white hair. Blood under his fingernails from where he scraped into his skin and scalp. His face is wet. He can't tell if it's from tears, spit, both or neither, but his head hurts and he can't fucking breathe. Toya, focus! The order is snappy and firm, orange-red eyes staring intensely at his wide and wild blues that stare back unblinkingly. One hand lets go of his wrist and lays gently over his heaving, hiccuping chest, raising and falling unevenly as air refuses to enter his lungs. You're okay. I'm not. It's okay. It's not. I'm here. It's only okay because you're here. Moe can't. Toya feels like he's going to throw up. He's shivering yet overheating. Breathe. I know, but try to. You need to take deep breaths. Burnin soothes him, her hand flat against his chest. She can feel his wildly beating heart beneath her touch, unnaturally warm and almost painful. Can you do that? He can't. He can't. It's impossible. His chest feels so tight, like his heart is going to explode. Toya, can you do that? For me. The inhale is a loud, painful gasp, like a drowning man grasping at air. He coughs, but tries again, his free hand trying to claw back to his neck once more, but Burnin's body is in the way. Instead, he grabs her arm and holds onto her like a lifeline, because right now she's the only person keeping him from choking from his own spiraling mind. I fucked up, he gasps, quickly derailing into sobs. I fucked up so bad, Moe. I'm such a fucking hypocrite. It's my fault. He coughs, gagging on the taste of bile in his mouth, and the nausea hits him like a tsunami, his whole body shaking under the pressure of his own failures. Okay, we can figure that out later, but right now, focus on breathing. Burnin has long let go of Toya's hand and is now cradling his head, keeping him close to her chest like one would hold a crying infant. This way, Toya can hear her heart beating, Only her heart exists as long as he closes his eyes and breathes through his nose. His hands are clawing at her back. He doesn't know where the world starts and where he ends, but he knows he's safe. You're okay. I'm only okay because you're here. A hand covers his ear, while the other focuses on the woman's heartbeat. It helps him time his breathing, syncing with hers. Slowly, Toya's body untenses. It unwinds, allowing air to fill his lungs, and stops the world from feeling like it's ending. Noises, smells, and colors settle. Toya can finally open his eyes, and instead of fast, blurring blobs, he can see Bernard's beautiful green fire flickering, red-orange eyes looking at him with concern. Hey, he squeaks out. Hey, Bernard breathes back, the twinge of a smile pulling at her lips, but the worry never leaving. Does your head hurt? Toya blinks in confusion, but he winces before he can ask what she means. Yes, his body quickly answers. His head does hurt, very much. It feels like he smacked it hard on the ground, which, considering that's where he's currently lying with his head in Bernard's chest, seems like that's exactly what happened. Bernard is kneeling beside him, keeping him up with a hand around his lower back and cradling his head, saving him from once more almost cracking his head open. Her uniform is a little bloodied, also damp with Toya's tears, and oh god, he hopes that's just tears and blood. Sorry, he mutters, dizzy and light-hearted. It'll wash out, Moe hushes, bombastic voice non-existent as she keeps Toya focused on her and not on the thin crowd of worried citizens forming around her. Just breathe. We'll get you to the hospital. No, Toya groans, wincing as he shuts his eyes. Agency, Dad. Toya, that's not ideal. Please. The pleading in his sob is heartbreaking. Bernard knows how much the agency and endeavor means to Toya, and in the shaking, heaving mess he's in, it's hard to deny him. Maybe it'll be fine. They have all sorts of capable medics at the agency. It was fine, up until Endeavor returned from patrol, confused and worried at hearing that his son was found having a panic attack in the middle of the street by his sidekicks during rounds of the area. As soon as the hero walked into the infirmary to check on his eldest, Toya instantly started hyperventilating again, trying to get words out but panicking under the pressure of his self-claimed messing up. Toya, calm down, breathe. Enji wasn't built for this. He didn't know how to calm someone down from this sort of thing. The only references he had was how Toshinori, Rei, and his father had helped throughout the years, so he tried his best to replicate that. What happened? Toya stammered out an incoherent response, body rocking back and forth slightly in an attempt to soothe himself, a technique learned from Dr. Tsuzuro when he was struggling with his emotions. And he was struggling right now, but this was the first time in years that he'd felt anything of the sort of this extent. It was hard to look at his father, knowing how he'd reacted to Natsuo keeping secrets about knowing a vigilante and not bringing him to justice. How on earth would Endeavor react to his eldest son, fragile as he was, associating with a suspected villain and not saying anything? I'm sorry, the attack, I should have, Tamara, I didn't know. Toya desperately tried to force the words out, but they simply weren't coming, his brain in overdrive again now that he was faced with the person he adored most on earth, having to admit he kept such a heavy secret until it was too late, until someone really got hurt. I messed up, I'm sorry, Tomura, Enji repeated, remembering the name from years ago when Toya and Haro met an odd young man at the video game store. Toya, please breathe. With two hands on his son's shoulders, kneeling before his heavily breathing child, this felt scarily reminiscent of Toya's most difficult childhood days. Breathe, explain to me what happened. The floodgates opened, and Toya's rambled explanation came out a hiccuping, gasping mess. The first time meeting Tomura, the second time when he wanted to talk about his quirk, what they'd discussed at the cafe, Toya's realization that Tomura had villainous intentions but not saying anything, his guilt towards staying quiet while Natsuo was scorned for associating with the crawler, the connection he made about the dusted gates and Tomura, knowing without needing to be told he was the one attacking USJ. Tomura calling him out on his hypocrisy. I'm sorry, Toya gasped, head low and back bowed in his seated position on the infirmary bed, unable to look his father in the eyes. I thought I could, I don't know, reach him, get through to him, but I again wasn't able to. His hands tightened into fist on his thighs, clenching the fabric of his jeans. I thought I was getting better. I've just gotten worse. That's not true, his father argued, but they both knew the eldest didn't believe him. Toya, look at me. You're not worse. Watery Blues looked at the eyes they'd inherited, desperately wishing they could agree with the man, but unable to. You didn't have any proof, just a theory. Even if you told anyone, Yue could never have guessed they had a teleportation quirk to attack USJ. That's not your fault. But I am a hypocrite, Toya hiccuped. I keep telling Uncle Toshi to rely on you more, and yet I don't take my own advice. That just makes you a Todoroki, Enji said with a sheepish smile, trying to make a joke. Sorry. Toya can't help it. A laugh escapes between soft hiccup subs, and he wipes his face, more cold sweat than tears or anything else. I wanted to help him. He's practically still a kid, Dad. He's barely older than Natsuo. Toya sniffed, thinking of Tomura and how cruel his words had been. Very villain-like. I know, but he almost got a Razorhead, 13, and the students intentionally killed. We can't ignore that. He led a small army of villains, Enji reminded Toya. Of course wanting to support his son, but needing things to stay grounded in reality. You can't help someone who doesn't want help. That has to come from them. Toya knows that firsthand. He's had enough practice himself and in the children's clinic and shadowing doctors to know there's only so much one can do before they hit a brick wall when it comes to offering aid. Mum's gonna be so mad, Toya muttered, not even wanting to think how his mother will react, considering she was keeping Shoto on a short leash currently. We'll get her flowers on the way back, Enji offered sheepishly, knowing that would do little to quell Rei's protective nature, but it might soften the blow some. But you have helped. I can send this new information to Detective Takauchi. Get a better profile of Shigaraki. Shigaraki. Tomura. Tomura Shigaraki. That's his name. Tomura Shigaraki, 20 years old, has some sort of dusting quirk. Wants to destroy Hero Society. Plays video games. Has a sweet tooth. Wears obnoxiously red shoes. It's hard for Toya, who didn't see Tomura in action while attacking USJ, to envision the scruffy shut-in as a villain. But the more he thinks about it, the more it all falls into place, and it just adds to the tension in his gut. He was laying on his bed, hiding beneath the covers as he heard his mother and father in the room below him arguing. Not yelling. No raised voices, but definitely arguing. He couldn't tell what they were saying, but his self-sabotaging brain was filling in the gaps for him. This is just like when he was a toddler. He hasn't changed at all. After all the efforts we've done for him, he's still the same. Such a disappointment. Toya? Hara's voice is gentle through the bedroom door, Toya not having heard him knock. Can I come in? The weak grunt invited the grandfather to enter. Oh, Toya, Hara said sadly at seeing the entangled mess his eldest grandson was in. Harusame, who had been viciously scratching at the door for the last half hour to be let in, trotted into the room past Hara's legs and snuck under the covers to cuddle up to his owner. Hara kneeled beside his grandson. How are you feeling? Terrible, Toya admitted. After catching his father up to what happened, they'd gone straight home once the agency's medics reassured Toya would be okay and just needed rest. And a session with Dr. Tozura. I'm worse than ever. No, you're not, Hara reassured, reaching out to stroke his grandson's hair. I know that's what you believe, but it's not true. It's hard to believe anything else when there's no proof of the opposite. You didn't burn yourself, or burn-in. That phrase made red and blue eyes peek from under the covers, questioning. Even though you were panicking, you didn't lose control of your quirk. Not a flame. Part of Toya's brain wanted to say that was the bare minimum, but majority of it felt good hearing that. Yeah, that's good. Really good. That's a massive improvement. Not even when he was blackout drunk had he accidentally used his fire, because he's in control. That's pretty good. Yeah, Toya breathed out, laughing softly as Harusame popped his head out from beneath the covers, laying his fluffy head on the pillow right beside Toya. Thanks, Grandpa. Haru's smile is as sweet and warm as ever, wrinkles along his eyes and smile line. What are they arguing about? They're not arguing. They're on the phone with Toshinori. Haru takes a pause and exhales softly. He thinks All For One might still be around. Blue eyes widen and he sits up immediately. You don't think? I don't know. Haru shakes his head. There's no proof, only a feeling of familiarity with how the villains moved the other day, and a sense of dread. And yet, I knew Tomura had been the one to dust the gates even without proof. Toya sat cross-legged under the covers, looking up at the board on his wall with the written Tomura pinned. He thought for a moment, then pushed himself up, wrote a second note, and pinned that about a couple inches away from Tomura's name. All For One, and connected the two with red thread, before pinning another note in the middle, a big question mark. If the USJ attack and Tomura gives Uncle Toshi the reminiscence of All For One, that's not something to ignore. Haru agrees, but in his mind, he simply can't envision the scarred young man as a villain. Haru knows villains and what they can do, so what happened at USJ wasn't outlandish to him, but Tomura looked so young. Troubled, but young, and he'd help them, even if it was just for video games. It felt unnatural to label such a youngster as a villain. According to Toshinori, All For One's thing is fear. He controls with it, Haru said, getting up as well to stand beside his grandson. As easy as it would be to cower and go into hiding, the best thing for us to do is continue life as normal. Right, Toya hummed, tapping his pen against his lips. Dad and Natsu continue being heroes like normal, you and Fuyumi continue being teachers, Mum and Haru-sama stay at home, and Shoto and I continue being students. We can't start getting paranoid and second-guessing every interaction, but we should still keep an eye open. The whole family agreed, Natsu and Toshinori on loudspeaker as they had a family meeting, each in their respective locations. Fuyumi, as concerned as she had been hearing of her older brother's breakdown, was more relieved that he was actually talking about it. Truly, it had been sooner rather than later. Only Rei agreed a little less than the others after what had happened at USJ with Shoto, and Toya's earlier panic attack, but she felt reassured that her boys had been trained by her husband and could indeed look after themselves to some extent, as well as others. But she had one condition, one that her husband agreed with. Shoto, you'll be preparing for the sports festival soon. UA will definitely be continuing it, Enji said, holding his phone where Toshinori was listening. The blonde hummed in agreement. Bring Midoriya over. We can make it a training study session and catch him up on everything we know. He has one for all now. It's important he's included. Shoto nodded, serious. Not that it was ever not serious, but with the looming possibility that All For One truly wasn't dead, or that villains had been inspired enough by him to act like he would, things felt much more dire than they had before. But it's okay because they're all on the same team. They're not alone in this.
My Father's Warmth is currently ongoing. I will be posting audiobooks every 10 chapters. Thank you everybody for watching, and thank you to my channel members.
He looks at the number. I am Shoto Todoroki. He extended his hand. His heart was palpitating with... Excuse me, radiator. Thank you. The familiarities.